Something moves through the corridors of human knowledge, a presence that whispers just beyond the edge of understanding. Tonight, we walk these shadowed halls together, where facts dissolve into questions and certainty becomes a distant memory. The world holds its secrets close, ancient stones arranged by hands that shouldn't have possessed such knowledge, ships discovered in impossible places, their crews vanished without trace, manuscripts written in languages that never existed, holding meanings that slip away the moment we think we've grasped them. In the hours ahead, we'll encounter 37 mysteries that refuse to yield their truths, each one a doorway into the unknown, where science meets silence and logic bends against forces we cannot name. These aren't stories crafted for entertainment, they're fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces of reality that don't quite fit the picture we've been taught to see. Let the darkness settle around you as we begin this descent into the unexplained, where the only certainty is that some questions were never meant to be answered. The Enigma of Göbekli Tepe. In 1994, a Kurdish shepherd named Shafak Yildiz was searching for lost sheep on a barren hillside in southeastern Turkey when he stumbled across something that would force archaeologists to rewrite the entire timeline of human civilization. What he found, buried beneath centuries of dust and debris, wasn't just another ancient ruin, it was proof that our ancestors were capable of monumental achievements 11,000 years before anyone believed possible. The site we now call Göbekli Tepe has been watching over the Mesopotamian plains since 9600 BCE. To put that in perspective, construction began here 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids of Giza. When the first stones were being carved and positioned at this remote Turkish hilltop, most of humanity was still living in small nomadic groups, following herds and gathering wild plants to survive. Yet somehow these supposedly primitive people managed to quarry, transport, and precisely arrange limestone pillars weighing up to 20 tons each. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Each pillar stands between 10 and 15 feet tall, carved with intricate reliefs of animals that seem to dance across the stone surfaces. Serpents coil around eagles, boars charge alongside foxes, lions prowl next to scorpions and spiders in combinations that follow no natural ecosystem. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who first excavated the site, spent 20 years trying to understand what he'd uncovered. The more his team dug, the more questions multiplied. Ground-penetrating radar revealed that only 5% of Göbekli Tepe has been excavated. The remaining 95% lies waiting beneath the earth, with estimates suggesting at least 20 stone circles remain buried across 16 acres. But here's where the mystery deepens into something truly unsettling. Radiocarbon dating reveals that Göbekli Tepe wasn't gradually abandoned as civilizations moved elsewhere. Around 8000 BCE, at the height of its sophistication, the entire complex was deliberately buried under thousands of tons of soil and rubble. Someone made the conscious decision to hide this architectural marvel from the world. Why would a civilization capable of such monumental construction suddenly decide to erase all evidence of their achievement? The burial wasn't random or accidental. It was systematic, methodical, complete. Every pillar, every carved relief, every sacred circle was covered with such precision that the site remained perfectly preserved for 10 millennia. The animal carvings themselves tell a story that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. Many of the creatures depicted lived in the region during the last ice age, but had vanished from Anatolia by the time Göbekli Tepe was supposedly built. The artists carved detailed images of aurochs, lions, and leopards with such anatomical accuracy that they clearly observed these animals firsthand. Yet according to climate records, these species had migrated south centuries earlier. Dr. Gordon Sweatman from the University of Edinburgh proposed that the stone carvings actually represent a sophisticated astronomical calendar, marking the date of a massive comet impact that triggered the Younger Dryas cooling period around 10,800 BCE. His team's analysis suggests the pillars map star constellations with mathematical precision that wouldn't be seen again until ancient Greek astronomy. The construction techniques present another puzzle that keeps engineers awake at night. Moving 20-ton limestone blocks across rough terrain requires either massive manpower or sophisticated machinery. The nearest quarry lies several miles away, across valleys and ridges that would challenge modern equipment. Yet archaeological evidence shows no signs of the roads, ramps, or sledging systems typically associated with megalithic construction. Even more perplexing is the total absence of any permanent settlement at the site. Göbekli Tepe appears to have been built for ceremonial purposes, but the massive workforce required for construction left no trace of housing, kitchens, or waste disposal systems. They materialized long enough to create this architectural wonder, then vanished without leaving behind the archaeological fingerprints that mark every other major construction project in human history. Recent archaeological surveys have identified similar T-shaped pillars at sites across southeastern Turkey and northern Syria, suggesting Göbekli Tepe wasn't an isolated achievement, but part of a broader megalithic culture that spanned hundreds of miles. Sites like Karahan Tepe and Harbetsuvan Tepesi show similar construction methods and artistic styles, creating a network of connected monuments that predate every other known civilization. The artwork itself follows patterns that seem to encode information we can't yet decode. Certain animals appear in specific combinations across multiple pillars, while others are never depicted together. Geometric symbols repeat in sequences that suggest language or mathematical notation. Dr. Schmidt believed the carvings represented humanity's first attempt at written communication, predating Sumerian cuneiform by several millennia. Perhaps most disturbing is the evidence that whoever built Göbekli Tepe possessed knowledge that was then lost for thousands of years. The precision of astronomical alignments, the sophistication of architectural engineering, the artistic mastery of relief carving, all of these skills disappear from the archaeological record until they reappear much later in supposedly advanced civilizations. The site challenges our most basic assumptions about human development. We've been taught that civilization progressed linearly from simple to complex, that monumental architecture emerged only after agriculture allowed permanent settlements. Göbekli Tepe inverts that timeline completely. It suggests that major construction projects actually preceded farming, that religious or ceremonial motivations drove technological innovation rather than practical necessity. Recent DNA analysis of organic material found at the site reveals another mystery. The builders came from multiple genetic populations that hadn't previously shown evidence of cooperation. Somehow, groups that were scattered across vast geographical distances came together at this remote hillside to create something unprecedented in human history. As excavation continues, each season brings discoveries that complicate, rather than clarify, our understanding. New pillars emerge with carvings unlike anything previously found. Stone bowls appear with residue from beverages we can't identify. Tool marks suggest cutting techniques that shouldn't have existed for another 4,000 years. The Kurdish locals who live near the site speak of older legends passed down through generations of shepherds and farmers. They tell stories of giants who built stone circles before the Great Flood, of knowledge that was hidden when the world changed. Whether these oral traditions preserve actual memories from 11,000 years ago seems impossible, yet Göbekli Tepe proves that impossible achievements have been hiding beneath our feet all along. The Secrets of the Bermuda Triangle. On December 5, 1945, 5 Navy torpedo bombers lifted off from Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station for what should have been a routine training mission. 2 hours later, Lieutenant Charles Taylor's voice crackled through radio static with words that would echo through maritime history. "We don't know where we are. The water is green, no white. We're completely lost." Flight 19, as it came to be known, had entered the Bermuda Triangle. The radio transmissions grew increasingly frantic. Taylor reported that his compasses were spinning wildly, that nothing looked familiar, that the ocean beneath them had taken on an otherworldly hue. Then, at 7:04 p.m., the voices fell silent. All 5 aircraft, along with their 14 crew members, had vanished without a trace. Even more unsettling, the rescue seaplanes sent to find them disappeared as well, claiming 13 more lives in a mystery that deepened by the hour. This triangular expanse of ocean, stretching roughly 500,000 square miles between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has swallowed ships and aircraft for decades. The statistics are sobering when compiled. Over 1,000 documented disappearances in the past century, ranging from small pleasure craft to massive cargo vessels. Yet what makes these vanishings truly disturbing isn't their frequency, it's their nature. Christopher Columbus first documented the triangle's strangeness in 1492, noting in his ship's log that his compass needle began pointing northwest instead of north. His crew reported seeing strange lights dancing on the horizon and flames falling from the sky. Columbus, seasoned navigator that he was, had never encountered anything like it. The USS Cyclops presents perhaps the most perplexing case on record. In March 1918, this massive naval cargo vessel departed Barbados bound for Baltimore, carrying 10,800 tons of manganese ore. The ship was 542 feet long, built to withstand the worst the Atlantic could offer. Captain George Worley, despite his eccentric reputation, was an experienced seaman who had navigated these waters countless times before. The Cyclops vanished completely. No distress signal was ever received. No wreckage has ever been found. 306 souls simply ceased to exist. Navy investigators could offer no explanation. The ship's sister vessels, Proteus and Nereus, would suffer identical fates in the same waters 23 years later, disappearing within weeks of each other while carrying similar cargo loads. Dr. Richard Weiner, who spent decades researching triangle disappearances, uncovered a pattern that defies conventional maritime accident analysis. Vessels don't just sink in these waters, they evaporate from existence. No oil slicks, no floating debris, no bodies washing ashore. Modern radar tracking shows aircraft flying normally one moment, then simply blinking off screens the next, as if they've passed through some invisible threshold into nothingness. The theories attempting to explain these phenomena span the spectrum from scientific to supernatural. Oceanographer Dr. Isbuwal Ben Clennell has identified massive methane hydrate deposits beneath the triangle's seafloor. When these deposits destabilize, they release enormous gas bubbles that could theoretically reduce water density enough to sink ships instantly, while simultaneously creating atmospheric disturbances capable of downing aircraft. Yet this explanation, compelling as it sounds, fails to account for the electronic malfunctions consistently reported by survivors. Compasses spinning wildly, radio equipment failing, GPS systems providing impossible readings. Captain Don Henry, who has logged over 3 million miles navigating these waters, describes instruments behaving in ways that seem to mock the laws of physics. Dr. John Hutchison, a controversial physicist, has proposed that the triangle sits within a zone of electromagnetic anomaly, where the Earth's magnetic field behaves unpredictably. His experiments suggest that certain atmospheric conditions could create pockets of distorted space-time areas where the normal rules governing matter and energy become flexible. The government's response to triangle incidents has been marked by an unsettling consistency: official denial followed by classified investigations. When commercial pilot Bruce Gernon emerged from what he describes as a tunnel through time in 1970, reporting a flight from the Bahamas to Florida that somehow took only 28 minutes instead of the usual 75, Federal Aviation Administration officials questioned him extensively before declaring the incident meteorologically impossible. Gernon's story, however, aligns with dozens of similar accounts. Pilots reporting electronic fog that seems to move with purpose, enveloping their aircraft before depositing them hundreds of miles from their intended course. Ships emerging from sudden squalls to find their chronometers have somehow gained or lost hours. These testimonies come from experienced mariners and aviators, people whose livelihoods depend on their ability to navigate accurately. The Witchcraft yacht case of 1967 perhaps best illustrates the triangle's inexplicable nature. Dan Burak and his passenger were enjoying an evening cruise just 1 mile off Miami Beach when Burak radioed the Coast Guard requesting assistance for a minor propeller problem. The yacht was designed to be virtually unsinkable, equipped with every safety device available. Coast Guard vessels reached the coordinates within 19 minutes of the distress call. They found empty ocean. An intensive search involving military aircraft, Coast Guard cutters, and civilian vessels scoured 24,500 square miles for 6 days. No trace of the Witchcraft or its occupants was ever discovered. The yacht had vanished in calm seas, perfect weather, within sight of one of America's busiest harbors. Dr. Vincent Gaddis, who first coined the term Bermuda Triangle in 1964, spent years cataloging these disappearances before concluding that conventional explanations were inadequate. The triangle, he argued, represented something far more fundamental, a crack in the fabric of our understood reality where the impossible becomes routine. Modern satellite technology has revealed another disturbing detail: hexagonal cloud formations that appear exclusively over the triangle. These geometric patterns, sometimes spanning 50 miles across, create air disturbances unlike anything meteorologists have observed elsewhere on Earth. The clouds seem to generate their own weather systems, spawning microbursts capable of producing winds exceeding 170 miles per hour. Tonight, as ships and aircraft continue their passage through these seemingly peaceful waters, the triangle waits with infinite patience. Its secrets remain locked beneath waves that have claimed so many, in skies that have witnessed the impossible, within a geometry of ocean that continues to reshape our understanding of what's truly possible in our world. The triangle keeps its mysteries close, revealing just enough to remind us how little we actually know about the forces that govern our reality. The Voynich Manuscript. When Yale University's Benek Rare Book Library acquired a peculiar medieval manuscript in 1969, they expected another addition to their collection of ancient texts. What they received instead was a 240-page riddle that would torment the world's finest cryptographers for over half a century. The Voynich Manuscript, named after the Polish book dealer who discovered it in 1912, contains not a single decipherable word. Every page flows with an unknown script, elegant, consistent, and utterly meaningless to modern eyes. The letters dance across vellum pages in patterns that suggest language, yet reveal nothing. Carbon dating places its creation between 1404 and 1438, during an era when knowledge moved slowly between monasteries and scholarly circles. Wilfrid Voynich found the manuscript among a collection of books at Villa Mondragone, near Rome. A letter tucked within its pages, written by Johannes Marcus Marci in 1666, claimed the book once belonged to Emperor Rudolf II of Habsburg, who allegedly paid 600 gold ducats for it, roughly $50,000 in today's currency. The letter suggested the mysterious text was the work of Roger Bacon, the 13th century philosopher and scientist, but the manuscript's contents defy such simple attribution. Its pages overflow with bizarre botanical illustrations, plants that correspond to no known species. Detailed drawings show root systems, leaves, and flowers that seem familiar yet wrong, as if someone had reimagined Earth's flora from a half-remembered dream. Astronomical diagrams feature zodiacal symbols arranged in configurations that follow no recognized medieval tradition. Perhaps most unsettling are the manuscript's biological sections. Tiny naked figures, drawn with medieval simplicity, bathe in interconnected pools of green and blue liquid. They emerge from tubes and chambers in what appears to be an elaborate plumbing system. These images have led some researchers to theorize about everything from alchemical processes to early medical treatments, or something far stranger. The script itself follows patterns consistent with natural language. Computer analysis reveals that letter frequencies and word distributions match those found in real texts. Words appear to have prefixes and suffixes. Some terms repeat in contexts that suggest they represent the same concept. Yet every attempt to map these patterns onto known languages has failed. During World War II, William Friedman, the cryptographer who helped break Japanese diplomatic codes, assembled a team specifically to tackle the Voynich manuscript. They called themselves the First Study Group, and their combined expertise had cracked some of the war's most crucial enemy communications. The manuscript defeated them entirely. Friedman spent decades returning to its pages, convinced that its secrets lay just beyond reach. In the 1970s, Yale professor Robert Brumbaugh claimed to have identified the manuscript as a medieval medical text written in abbreviated Latin. His translation described recipes for herbs and astrological prescriptions. Other researchers quickly dismantled his interpretation, showing that his methods produced equally coherent translations from random text. More recently, computer scientist Gordon Rugg demonstrated that the entire manuscript could be an elaborate hoax, created using a Renaissance-era device called a card and grill. By placing a card with holes cut in it over a table of syllables, then moving it systematically, one could generate nonsense text that mimics the statistical properties of real language. Rugg's experiment produced pages remarkably similar to the Voynich text. Yet the hoax theory raises its own questions. Medieval vellum was expensive and labor-intensive to prepare. The manuscript's illustrations show sophisticated understanding of botanical and astronomical traditions. If someone in the early 15th century wanted to create a fake scholarly text, why choose such an elaborate and costly method? And why has no other example of such a hoax survived from that period? In 2017, computer scientist Greg Kondrak announced that artificial intelligence had identified the manuscript's language as Hebrew, written in a special code. His algorithm suggested that the text was encrypted Hebrew with vowels removed and letters rearranged. When applied to the opening line, this method yielded, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me and people." The translation felt forced, and other linguists remained skeptical. The manuscript continues to attract theories from every direction. Some researchers argue it represents a constructed language, created for religious or mystical purposes. Others suggest it documents the pharmaceutical knowledge of a medieval herbalist working with plants from distant lands. A few maintain it could be an authentic text from a lost civilization, or even evidence of ancient contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. What makes the Voynich manuscript particularly maddening is its consistency. This isn't random gibberish or obvious fraud. The unknown script appears throughout, with remarkable regularity. The same character combinations appear in similar contexts across different sections. Someone, whether medieval scholar or elaborate hoaxer, invested enormous effort in creating a work that follows linguistic rules we cannot decode. The manuscript's current custodians at Yale have digitized every page, making it available to anyone with internet access. Amateur cryptographers and professional linguists alike continue their attempts to unlock its secrets. Machine learning algorithms analyze character patterns with increasing sophistication, yet the text remains as opaque as when Voynich first encountered it in that Italian villa. Perhaps the manuscript's greatest achievement is its ability to remain perpetually, almost readable. Each new approach brings researchers to the edge of breakthrough, only to dissolve into familiar frustration. The letters seem to form words, the words appear to construct sentences, and the sentences suggest meaning that never quite emerges. 600 years after its creation, the Voynich manuscript continues to embody humanity's relationship with the unknown. It sits in its climate-controlled case, offering the tantalizing promise that knowledge waits just one insight away. Whether that knowledge concerns medieval herbalism, Renaissance cryptography, or something far stranger, the manuscript keeps its silence. And in that silence, our own limitations echo back at us, wrapped in elegant script that means everything and nothing at all. The unyielding riddle of Oak Island. Oak Island sits 13 miles off the coast of Nova Scotia, an unremarkable piece of land that has consumed fortunes, claimed lives, and driven generations of treasure hunters to the edge of obsession. What started as teenage curiosity in 1795 has evolved into the longest-running treasure hunt in North America, a mystery that grows more complex with each failed expedition. The story begins with Daniel McGinnis, a 16-year-old who noticed something odd while exploring the island's eastern end. A single oak tree stood apart from the others, its branches worn smooth by rope marks. Beneath it, a circular depression marked the earth like a giant's thumbprint. McGinnis returned with friends, and together they began to dig. At 2 feet, they struck a layer of flagstones. At 10 feet, a platform of oak logs. At 20 feet, another platform. The pattern suggested human engineering, deliberate construction designed to protect something valuable below. But the boys lacked the resources to continue. They abandoned their dig, leaving behind a hole that would haunt treasure seekers for centuries. The mystery deepened with each subsequent attempt. In 1803, the Onslow Company resumed digging, discovering oak platforms every 10 feet down to 90 feet. At that depth, they found a stone tablet inscribed with symbols that, according to one translation, promised 40 feet below, 2 million pounds lie buried. But when they returned the following morning, their shaft had flooded with seawater to a depth of 33 feet. This wasn't ordinary groundwater. The flood arrived with mechanical precision, suggesting an elaborate booby trap designed to protect whatever lay beneath. Attempts to bail out the water failed. The island seemed determined to keep its secrets. The Truro Company arrived in 1849 with better equipment and bolder ambitions. They managed to drill through what appeared to be two wooden chests at depths of 98 and 104 feet, bringing up fragments of metal, coconut fiber, and parchment. The parchment bore traces of ink, suggesting documents or maps had been buried deep within the earth, but every attempt to excavate flooded immediately. Investigation revealed the island's diabolical engineering. Artificial beaches on both the eastern and western shores contained elaborate drainage systems. Layers of coconut fiber, eelgrass, and beach stones created massive sponges that channeled seawater through underground tunnels directly to the treasure shaft. Any disturbance of the main dig triggered immediate flooding from the ocean itself. The scope of this construction defied explanation. Coconut fiber doesn't grow within 1,000 miles of Nova Scotia. The engineering required knowledge of hydraulics, geology, and construction techniques, suggesting a sophisticated operation backed by substantial resources. Someone had invested enormous effort to protect something of extraordinary value. Franklin Roosevelt became involved in 1909, investing in the Old Gold Salvage Group's attempts to drain the money pit. His fascination with Oak Island lasted his entire life, even during his presidency. Roosevelt's involvement legitimized the mystery, attracting serious investors and researchers who brought new theories about the island's origins. Some suggested pirates had buried treasure there, pointing to the golden age of privateering when wealthy buccaneers needed secure locations for their plunder. Others proposed the Knights Templar had constructed the elaborate trap system to hide religious artifacts or accumulated wealth. The Templar theory gained support from supposed connections between Oak Island's construction and medieval engineering techniques. More exotic theories emerged as the mystery deepened. Some claimed the island held manuscripts proving Francis Bacon authored Shakespeare's plays. Others suggested Spanish conquistadors had hidden Aztec gold there, or that British forces had concealed military payrolls during the American Revolution. Each theory was supported by selective evidence and undermined by contradictory facts. Modern attempts brought industrial-scale excavation to Oak Island. The Triton Alliance, formed in the 1960s, spent decades drilling shafts and exploring underground caverns. They discovered artificial beaches, confirmed the flood tunnels, and found evidence of extensive underground construction. Metal detection surveys revealed anomalous readings suggesting large metallic objects buried deep beneath the surface. In 1976, Dan Blankenship's camera, lowered into a cavity at 230 feet, captured grainy footage of what appeared to be wooden chests, tools, and even a severed human hand. The images were inconclusive but tantalizing, suggesting the treasure vault remained intact somewhere below the flooded shafts. Carbon dating of organic materials found throughout the island revealed construction spanning centuries. Some artifacts dated to the 1700s, others to medieval times. Either multiple groups had used the island for secret purposes, or the original construction was far older than anyone had assumed. The Laguna brothers, featured in the television series The Curse of Oak Island, have brought unprecedented resources to the search. Their systematic approach has uncovered lid crosses, medieval parchment, and traces of gold throughout the island. Ground-penetrating radar reveals extensive underground structures, including what appears to be a stone pathway leading to the original money pit. Recent discoveries have included coconut fiber carbon-dated to long before European settlement, suggesting pre-Columbian activity on the island. Microscopic analysis of metal fragments reveals traces of gold and silver worked using techniques unknown in North America during the colonial period. Each finding deepens the mystery rather than solving it. The human cost continues mounting. 7 people have died pursuing Oak Island's treasure, leading to local legends about a curse requiring 7 deaths before the treasure reveals itself. The financial toll exceeds $10 million across 2 centuries, with no treasure recovered. Yet the search continues, because the evidence suggests something extraordinary remains hidden beneath Oak Island. The sophisticated flood system, exotic materials, and underground construction represent an investment that only makes sense if protecting something of immense value. The question isn't whether treasure exists, but what kind of treasure justifies such elaborate protection. Scientific analysis has confirmed human engineering throughout the island. This isn't a natural formation or historical misunderstanding. Someone built an elaborate underground complex designed to withstand centuries of treasure hunting. The technology and resources required suggest involvement by a wealthy, sophisticated organization with access to advanced engineering knowledge. Oak Island guards its secrets through a combination of natural geology and human ingenuity that continues to defeat modern excavation techniques. The treasure, whatever its nature, remains just beyond reach, protected by an underground labyrinth that floods, collapses, and conceals itself with mechanical precision. After more than 2 centuries of searching, Oak Island has revealed its methods but not its purpose. The how is becoming clear. The why remains as mysterious as ever. Nazca Lines from above. The coordinates 14°43 S, 75°7W mark a stretch of the Nazca Desert where the Earth itself has been turned into a canvas. From ground level, you see nothing but scattered rocks and endless brown terrain. Rise 500 feet into the air, and suddenly the desert reveals its secret: geometric patterns, animal figures, and perfectly straight lines stretching for miles across the plateau, etched into the earth with surgical precision. These are the Nazca Lines, and they've been watching the sky for over 1,500 years. Maria Reiche spent 40 years of her life walking these patterns, measuring them, mapping them with an obsession that bordered on reverence. The German mathematician turned herself into the line's most devoted guardian, sleeping in the desert, protecting them from treasure hunters and tourists. She called them the world's largest astronomy book. But even Reiche, who knew these lines better than anyone, couldn't answer the question that haunts every visitor: why would an ancient civilization create art that only gods could see? The numbers alone defy casual explanation. Over 800 straight lines crisscross the desert. Some run perfectly parallel for miles before converging on distant hills with mathematical precision. The longest stretches nearly 30 miles across the plateau. Within this network of lines lie over 300 geometric figures and 70 animal and plant designs. A hummingbird spans nearly 100 feet. The spider measures 150 feet from leg to leg. The monkey fills an area larger than a football field. But here's what makes the Nazca Lines truly unsettling. They were created by removing the dark iron oxide-coated rocks from the desert surface, exposing the lighter earth beneath. No advanced tools, no sophisticated machinery. Just human hands moving millions of stones to create patterns that wouldn't be fully visible until the invention of aircraft in the 20th century. The Nazca people flourished between 100 and 700 CE, developing sophisticated irrigation systems and creating some of the most intricate pottery in pre-Columbian America. They understood astronomy, tracked celestial movements, and built their society around agricultural cycles tied to seasonal changes. These weren't primitive people, yet they invested enormous effort creating designs they could never fully see. Dr. Anthony Aveni spent decades studying the astronomical alignments of the lines. His measurements revealed that many point toward the horizon positions of the sun during solstices and equinoxes. Others align with the rising points of important stars. The spider geoglyph appears to map the constellation Orion. Several lines point toward water sources, crucial in a region that receives less than an inch of rain per year. But the astronomical theory, comprehensive as it seems, doesn't account for all the lines. Many point to nothing significant in the sky. Others overlap and intersect in ways that would compromise their function as astronomical markers. The animal figures, while often aligned to celestial events, seem to serve a different purpose entirely. Erich von Däniken proposed the theory that still generates the most controversy. The lines were landing strips for ancient astronauts. He pointed to the runway-like appearance of the straight lines and argued that the animal figures were signals to visitors from space. The theory captured imaginations worldwide, but it crumbled under scientific scrutiny. The lines aren't suitable for aircraft landings. The soft desert floor would never support heavy machinery. Ground-penetrating radar has found no evidence of the compacted Earth that would result from repeated landings. Yet the alien theory persists because it addresses something the conventional explanations struggle with: the sheer scale and precision of the project. Creating the lines required sophisticated planning and coordination. The Nazca people had to scale up their designs dramatically, maintaining perfect proportions across enormous distances. They developed techniques for creating straight lines over terrain that rises and falls, ensuring the patterns remained geometrically perfect when viewed from above. Recent research has uncovered evidence that the lines were created and used over many centuries, with different generations adding new patterns and maintaining existing ones. This suggests the lines weren't built for a single purpose, but evolved into a complex system serving multiple functions over time. Some may have been processional routes for religious ceremonies. Others might have marked underground water sources. The astronomical alignments could have served as a massive calendar system. Dr. David Johnson's aerial surveys using LiDAR technology have revealed hundreds of previously unknown lines hidden by centuries of sand and rock movement. The full extent of the Nazca Lines remains unmapped. Every new discovery adds to the mystery rather than resolving it. The preservation of the lines creates another puzzle. The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth, with virtually no wind erosion to explain how shallow markings could survive 15 centuries virtually unchanged. The iron oxide coating on the surface rocks, called desert varnish, takes thousands of years to form. When the Nazca people removed these rocks, they exposed lighter soil that contrasts sharply with the surrounding terrain. The lack of rainfall means the patterns haven't been washed away, but it doesn't explain how they've remained so crisp and clearly defined. Standing at the observation tower built along the Pan American Highway, visitors can glimpse a few of the smaller figures. But the full impact of the Nazca Lines only becomes apparent from an aircraft, flying at the same altitude where Piri Reis spent countless hours in a small plane, photographing and documenting patterns that seem to stretch beyond the horizon. The Nazca people left no written records explaining their creation. They simply carved their story into the earth and waited. For over a millennium, the lines lay hidden in plain sight, their true nature unknown to anyone walking among them. Only when humans learned to fly did we discover what the Nazca had left for us to find. The desert keeps its secrets well. Each aerial survey reveals new patterns, new connections, new questions about what drove an ancient people to transform miles of barren landscape into a message we're still trying to decode. The Curse of the Pharaohs, November 1922. Lord Carnarvon's hand trembles as he extends the candle through a small breach in the sealed doorway. The flame flickers against air that hasn't stirred for 3 millennia. Howard Carter leans close, peering into the darkness beyond. "Can you see anything?" Carnarvon whispers. Carter's voice barely carries in the tomb's silence. "Yes, wonderful things." 6 months later, Lord Carnarvon would be dead. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb should have been archaeology's greatest triumph. Instead, it became the foundation of one of history's most persistent and chilling mysteries, a pattern of death that would follow anyone who dared disturb the pharaoh's eternal rest. Within 7 years of breaching that sacred seal, 22 people connected to the excavation had died under circumstances that defied explanation. Not accidents, not old age, deaths that arrived with an almost methodical precision, as if something ancient and patient had awakened in those golden corridors. Lord Carnarvon died first. On April 5, 1923, a mosquito bite on his cheek became infected. The infection spread with unnatural speed. At the moment of his death, every light in Cairo mysteriously went out. Thousands of miles away in England, his dog howled once and dropped dead. The newspapers seized the story. "Death comes on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king." They claimed these words were inscribed above Tutankhamun's tomb. The inscription was fabricated, but the deaths were devastatingly real. Arthur Mace, the American archaeologist who had struck the first blow to the tomb's sealed door, began complaining of exhaustion shortly after the discovery. His condition deteriorated rapidly. He died in 1928, unable to explain his debilitating weakness to doctors who found nothing wrong with him. George J. Gould, an American financier who visited the tomb at Carnarvon's invitation, developed a fever immediately after entering the burial chamber. He died 4 months later. The fever had never broken. Lafleur, Lord Carnarvon's secretary, died of what doctors termed circulatory collapse. He had been perfectly healthy weeks before. Aaron Ember, an American Egyptologist who had studied artifacts from the tomb, died when his house burned down in Baltimore. He was found clutching a manuscript about Egyptian magic. The deaths followed no pattern that modern medicine could recognize, yet they shared unsettling similarities: sudden onset illnesses that baffled physicians, complete system failures in previously healthy individuals, an almost surgical precision to the timing, as if each death had been scheduled by an ancient calendar. Dr. Evelyn White, who had worked on the tomb excavation, became convinced something was stalking him. Before hanging himself, he left a note: "I have succumbed to a curse which forces me to disappear." The scientific community struggled to maintain rational discourse. These were educated men, archaeologists and scholars who had dedicated their lives to understanding the ancient world through evidence and analysis. Yet they were dying in ways that their rational minds couldn't process. Some researchers pointed to natural explanations. Perhaps deadly bacteria or fungi had been sealed within the tomb for millennia, creating a biological hazard that weakened immune systems. The theory gained credibility when scientists discovered that bat droppings in ancient caves could harbor Histoplasma capsulatum, a fungus capable of causing severe respiratory illness. But the fungal theory couldn't explain why deaths continued to occur among people who had only brief contact with tomb artifacts, or why some team members who spent extensive time in the burial chamber lived full, healthy lives. Howard Carter himself, who had spent more time inside Tutankhamun's tomb than anyone, died of natural causes in 1939 at age 64. The pattern of deaths was too specific to be random, yet too random to be predictable. It suggested an intelligence behind the selection, something that could distinguish between those who deserved punishment and those who were merely doing their work. Egyptian texts from the Old Kingdom contain numerous references to protective spells woven into burial practices. The ancient funerary texts speak explicitly of guardians who would pursue tomb violators until the end of their days. These weren't metaphorical threats. The pyramid texts describe elaborate rituals designed to bind supernatural guardians to specific locations. What disturbs modern researchers is the precision of ancient Egyptian preservation techniques, not just for human remains, but for abstract concepts. If consciousness could be preserved, if intention could be bound to physical objects through ritual practice, then perhaps something far more sophisticated than bacteria was sleeping in those sealed chambers. Archives from the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism contain incident reports dating back to the early 1900s. Workers on various excavation sites reported tools moving on their own, sudden temperature drops in sealed chambers, and the persistent feeling of being watched by unseen presences. These reports were filed away, dismissed as superstition. Yet the workers' descriptions remain remarkably consistent across decades and different archaeological sites. The sensation of heavy air in certain tomb passages, electronic equipment that functioned perfectly outside the tombs but failed systematically underground, photographs that showed unexplained shadows in empty corridors. Professor James Breasted of the University of Chicago spent 2 decades documenting these anomalous reports. His private correspondence, unsealed in 1987, reveals a growing conviction that consciousness might be far more durable than Western science acknowledged. His final notes suggest he believed ancient Egyptian priests had discovered methods for binding awareness to physical locations. Modern forensic analysis of several curse victims has revealed unusual patterns. Tissue samples showed cellular disruption consistent with exposure to unknown electromagnetic fields. Several victims had identical microscopic brain lesions in regions associated with autonomic nervous system function, as if something had methodically shut down their life support systems. The curse of the Pharaohs continues to claim victims in our current era. In 1966, the director of antiquities who agreed to send Tutankhamun treasures to Paris died suddenly of a stroke after signing the shipping documents. In 1979, a museum worker in San Francisco was crushed by a display case while arranging Egyptian artifacts. The case had been securely mounted hours earlier. These modern incidents share the same quality as the 1920s deaths: perfect health followed by sudden, inexplicable system failure. No warning signs, no logical medical explanation, just the cold efficiency of something ancient fulfilling its purpose. The Egyptian authorities maintain careful silence about ongoing incidents. Archaeologists working current excavations sign agreements that prohibit public discussion of unusual workplace experiences. The official position remains that tomb curses are superstition with no basis in scientific reality. But late at night, in research facilities around the world, scientists continue to study tissue samples and incident reports, searching for an explanation that bridges ancient magic and modern understanding. The evidence suggests something patient and methodical continues to guard these sacred spaces, something that remembers every intrusion. The Kryptos Sculpture. 27 years have passed since the first portion of Kryptos surrendered its secrets, yet 3/4 of this enigmatic sculpture continue to guard their mysteries with an almost mocking silence. Standing in the courtyard of CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, this copper-plated granite monument has become one of the most famous unsolved cryptographic puzzles in the world. The man responsible for this cryptographic torment is Jim Sanborn, a sculptor who never imagined his artistic vision would consume the minds of codebreakers across the globe. When the CIA commissioned him in 1988 to create a work that would reflect the agency's mission, Sanborn chose to embed actual encrypted messages into his art. Working alongside former CIA cryptanalyst Edward Scheit, he crafted 4 distinct cipher puzzles, each more complex than the last. The sculpture itself stands nearly 12 feet tall, its S-shaped copper screen bearing 1,800 characters arranged in seemingly random patterns. Letters flow across its surface like ancient runes, occasionally interrupted by question marks that seem to taunt anyone attempting to decode their meaning. To the casual observer, it might appear to be nothing more than an abstract arrangement of text. To cryptographers, it represents the ultimate challenge. The first breakthrough came in 1992, when Jim Gilligley, a computer scientist from California, cracked the first 3 sections using a home computer. The decoded passages revealed poetic yet cryptic messages. The first section spoke of shadows and buried secrets. The second described coordinates that pointed to a location near the sculpture itself. The third referenced ancient Egypt and the famous discovery of King Tut's tomb, ending with the haunting phrase about something being buried somewhere. But these victories only heightened the frustration surrounding the 4th section. Known simply as K4, these final 97 characters have resisted every attempt at decryption. The NSA, world-renowned cryptographers, computer programmers, and countless amateur sleuths have thrown their best efforts against this section, only to be met with what appears to be impenetrable randomness. What makes K4 particularly maddening is its brevity. Most cipher systems become easier to crack with more text to analyze, as patterns begin to emerge from larger sample sizes. But K4 offers just enough characters to suggest meaning, while providing too few to reveal its secrets. It's as if Sanborn crafted the perfect cryptographic trap, long enough to hint at significance, but short enough to resist traditional analytical approaches. The sculpture's location adds another layer to its mystique. Positioned within one of the world's most secretive organizations, Kryptos seems to embody the very nature of intelligence work itself, hidden meanings beneath surface appearances, secrets wrapped within secrets. CIA employees pass it daily, some pausing to study its inscriptions during their lunch breaks, others having long since accepted its permanent mystery as part of their workplace landscape. Sanborn has occasionally offered hints over the years, though these cryptic clues often generate more questions than answers. In 2010, he revealed that characters 64 through 69 of K4 decode to the word Berlin. This revelation sent cryptographers into overdrive, analyzing how this new information might unlock the remaining characters. Yet even with this foothold, K4 continued to resist solution. The sculptor has admitted that he made an error in the cipher system for the second section, though this mistake wasn't discovered until after earlier solutions had been published. This revelation raised unsettling questions about K4. Could there be similar errors embedded in the final section? Might the reason for its resistance to solution lie not in its complexity, but in unintended flaws that make it technically unsolvable? More recently, Sanborn provided another clue, revealing that characters 26 through 34 spell northeast. Combined with Berlin, these fragments suggest geographic references, possibly coordinates or directions. Yet even with these breadcrumbs, the complete message remains locked away. The methods attempted against K4 read like a catalog of cryptographic techniques. Analysts have tried everything from classical substitution ciphers to modern computer algorithms. They've explored mathematical approaches, linguistic analysis, frequency studies, and pattern recognition. Some have theorized that the solution requires knowledge of Sanborn's artistic process or biographical details. Others believe the key lies hidden elsewhere in the sculpture's design. The granite base beneath the copper screen contains additional encrypted text, adding yet another dimension to the puzzle. A nearby compass rose points magnetic north, while a rectangular pool reflects light across the sculpture's surface. Some believe these elements provide essential clues that the solution requires understanding Kryptos not just as text, but as a complete artistic environment. Distance measurements between various elements of the sculpture have been calculated and recalculated. The positioning relative to CIA buildings has been analyzed. Weather patterns, lighting conditions, and seasonal changes have all been considered as potential factors in unlocking the cipher. Each approach yields interesting observations, but no breakthrough. What troubles many cryptographers is the possibility that K4 might require external information not contained within the sculpture itself. Most cipher systems are self-contained, carrying their keys within their structure. But Sanborn has hinted that solving K4 might require knowledge or techniques not immediately obvious from the text alone. This suggestion expands the puzzle beyond traditional cryptographic boundaries into realms that feel almost philosophical. The psychology of the unsolved section has become as interesting as its cryptography. Message boards and online communities have formed around K4, with participants sharing theories, attempting collaborations, and supporting each other through the inevitable frustrations. Some have been working on the puzzle for decades, their notebooks filled with failed attempts and abandoned approaches. Sanborn himself has become something of a reluctant celebrity in cryptographic circles. He maintains that the solution, when found, will be satisfying and that the message has meaning. He's promised to confirm any correct solution, but warns that even after K4 falls, additional mysteries may remain hidden within his creation. As darkness settles over the CIA courtyard each evening, Kryptos stands silent beneath security lights, its copper surface gleaming with secrets that refuse to yield. 3/4 solved yet somehow still complete in its mystery, it continues to whisper its encrypted challenge to anyone willing to listen. The final 97 characters wait patiently for their decoder, holding fast to whatever truth Jim Sanborn embedded in their pattern all those years ago. The Mysterious Taos Hum. For decades, residents of Taos, New Mexico, have been haunted by something that shouldn't exist. A low-frequency hum that only some can hear, yet those who do describe it as maddening, persistent, and utterly inexplicable. The sound has driven people from their homes, sparked investigations by scientists and government agencies, and created a mystery that defies every attempt at rational explanation. Nancy Schilling first heard it in 1991. She'd moved to Taos, seeking the serene high desert lifestyle that draws artists and retirees to this ancient landscape. Instead, she found herself lying awake night after night, tormented by what she described as the sound of a diesel engine idling just outside her window. But when she stepped outside to investigate, the night was perfectly silent. Her neighbors heard nothing. The torment was hers alone. What makes Nancy's experience particularly unsettling is that she wasn't alone in her isolation. Across Taos, roughly 2 to 11% of the population reported hearing the same inexplicable hum. They described it with remarkable consistency. A low-frequency drone, sometimes pulsing, most noticeable at night and indoors, often accompanied by pressure sensations in the ears. Some compared it to distant machinery, others to a massive engine running underground. The phenomenon gained national attention when Joe Mullins, a University of New Mexico professor, began documenting cases in the early 1990s. His research revealed patterns that deepened rather than solved the mystery. The hearers, as they came to be known, typically fell within a specific demographic: middle-aged adults, often between 55 and 70 years old, with slightly more women affected than men. No correlation existed with hearing loss or psychiatric conditions. These were ordinary people experiencing something extraordinary. Dr. Mullins conducted extensive interviews and discovered that the hum wasn't simply heard, it was felt. Hearers reported physical sensations, dizziness, pressure, even nosebleeds in extreme cases. Some became so desperate they moved away from Taos entirely, only to find relief in their new locations. Others suffered in silence, afraid that reporting their experiences would invite questions about their mental health. The scientific community took notice when Congressional Representative Bill Richardson requested a formal investigation in 1997. A team from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Phillips Laboratory, and other institutions descended on Taos, equipped with sensitive acoustic monitoring equipment. For weeks, they measured sound levels throughout the area, deploying instruments capable of detecting frequencies well below the range of human hearing. Their findings were as puzzling as the phenomenon itself. The equipment detected no unusual acoustic activity, no low-frequency emissions, no electromagnetic anomalies, nothing that could account for what roughly 1,400 residents claim to experience on a regular basis. The investigation concluded that no external source could be identified for the Taos Hum. This absence of evidence only deepened the mystery. If sensitive scientific instruments couldn't detect what people were clearly experiencing, then either the phenomenon operated beyond current detection methods, or something more complex was occurring. Theories emerged from multiple disciplines. Seismologists proposed that low-frequency seismic waves, perhaps generated by ocean currents thousands of miles away, might create acoustic effects detectable only by certain individuals. The human ear, they noted, varies significantly in its sensitivity to extremely low frequencies. Some people might possess an unusual ability to perceive infrasound, sound below the normal hearing range, that others cannot detect. Others turn to atmospheric physics. Temperature inversions and wind patterns in the high desert could theoretically create acoustic ducting effects, channeling distant sounds across vast distances and focusing them in specific geographic areas. Military bases, mining operations, or industrial facilities hundreds of miles away might generate sounds that travel through atmospheric layers to manifest mysteriously in Taos. The electromagnetic hypothesis gained traction when researchers noted that Taos sits in a geologically active region rich in quartz and other piezoelectric minerals. These materials generate electrical fields when subjected to pressure. Tectonic stress, they theorized, might create electromagnetic emissions that somehow translate into auditory sensations for sensitive individuals. More controversial explanations ventured into classified territory. Taos lies relatively close to Los Alamos National Laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories, and other defense installations conducting research into advanced technologies. Could experimental communication systems, underground testing, or classified projects generate acoustic byproducts that manifest as the mysterious hum? The fact that no government agency has provided a definitive explanation fuels suspicion that more is known than officially acknowledged. Dr. Deming, an acoustics expert who studied the phenomenon independently, proposed that the hum might represent a form of tinnitus triggered by environmental factors unique to the high desert. The combination of altitude, dry air, atmospheric pressure variations, and possibly electromagnetic fields might affect inner ear function in susceptible individuals. This would explain why only certain people experience the phenomenon and why it can't be recorded by external instruments. Yet this medical explanation struggles with the geographic specificity of the reports. Why would environmental tinnitus cluster so precisely around Taos? And why do many hearers find immediate relief when they travel even short distances from the area? The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that Taos isn't unique. Similar unexplained hums have been reported in Bristol, England, Kokomo, Indiana, and dozens of other locations worldwide. Each incident shares characteristics with the Taos phenomenon: a low-frequency drone affecting a small percentage of the population, no identifiable external source, and the same demographic patterns among hearers. What emerges from decades of investigation is not a solution, but a recognition that human perception operates in ways science doesn't fully understand. The Taos Hum challenges fundamental assumptions about how we process sensory information and what constitutes objective reality. Whether the source proves to be geological, atmospheric, electromagnetic, neurological, or something entirely unexpected, the phenomenon demonstrates that mysteries persist even in our age of sophisticated instrumentation. The Hum continues today. New residents occasionally join the ranks of the hearers, while others report that their sensitivity has faded over time. Nancy Schilling eventually found ways to cope, but never found complete relief. She remains convinced that something real generates the sound that has shaped her life for over 3 decades. The desert around Taos keeps its secrets, and the hum remains, a reminder that some mysteries resist every attempt at explanation. Easter Island's Moai. Deep in the southeastern Pacific, 2,300 miles from the nearest inhabited land, stands an archaeological puzzle that has confounded researchers for centuries. On Easter Island, nearly 1,000 stone giants gaze across the landscape with hollow eyes, their massive forms carved from volcanic rock with a precision that seems to defy the limitations of their isolated creators. The Rapa Nui people arrived on this remote speck of land sometime between 700 and 1200 CE, carrying with them the knowledge and ambition to create what would become one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries. These Moai statues, as they're known, weren't just monuments or artistic expressions. They were something far more complex, embedded with layers of meaning that continue to elude complete understanding. What strikes researchers most profoundly isn't just the statue's imposing presence, but the mathematical precision of their placement. Each Moai was positioned with deliberate calculation, facing inland toward the villages rather than out to sea, as if watching over the living with protective vigilance. The largest completed statue towers nearly 33 feet high and weighs approximately 82 tons. Creating such monuments would challenge modern construction techniques, yet the Rapa Nui achieved this feat using tools carved from basalt and obsidian. Dr. Joanne van Tilburg, who has spent decades studying these enigmatic figures, discovered something that fundamentally changed how archaeologists view the Moai. Excavations revealed that many statues thought to be merely heads actually possess full bodies, buried under centuries of accumulated soil and sediment. Some of these hidden torsos extend more than 20 feet below ground level, complete with intricate carvings and petroglyphs that had remained unseen for generations. The quarry at Rano Raraku serves as the Moai's birthplace, where nearly half of all known statues remain partially buried. This crater site functions as both workshop and gallery, containing statues in various stages of completion. Some appear abandoned mid-carve, their creators having simply set down their tools and walked away, leaving behind tantalizing evidence of interrupted work that speaks to some unknown disruption in the island's history. Transportation presents perhaps the greatest puzzle. How did the Rapa Nui move multi-ton statues across rugged terrain using only ropes, wooden rollers, and human strength? Traditional theories suggested the statues were rolled or dragged along prepared pathways, but recent experimental archaeology has revealed something far more intriguing. Teams of researchers successfully demonstrated that the Moai could have been walked upright using rope techniques that rocked the statues forward in a coordinated motion that resembles walking. This discovery aligns perfectly with Rapa Nui oral traditions, which speak of the Moai walking to their final destinations under their own power. What once seemed like mythological storytelling now appears to be an accurate description of an ingenious transportation method preserved through generations of cultural memory. The statue's construction reveals sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. Each Moai was carved from compressed volcanic ash at Rano Raraku, a material that proved both workable and durable. The carvers demonstrated remarkable consistency and proportions across hundreds of individual statues, suggesting standardized methods passed down through specialized craftsman guilds. Carbon dating indicates the main construction period lasted from approximately 1250 to 1500 CE, representing nearly 3 centuries of continuous effort. Yet the mystery deepens when examining the statue's features. The Moai display distinctly Polynesian characteristics, but with subtle variations that suggest they may represent specific individuals rather than generic figures. Some researchers propose they depict important ancestors or chiefs, their presence serving to maintain spiritual connection between the living and the dead. The red scoria top knots, called pukawo, that crown many statues were quarried from a separate location and required additional engineering feats to position. Perhaps most unsettling is what happened to the Moai culture. By the time European explorers first encountered Easter Island in 1722, the statue-building tradition had completely ceased. The island's population had crashed from an estimated peak of 15,000 to fewer than 3,000 inhabitants. Many Moai had been deliberately toppled, lying face down as if overthrown by their own people. Environmental collapse offers one explanation. Pollen analysis reveals that Easter Island was once forested, but deforestation occurred rapidly between 1200 and 1650 CE. Without trees, The islanders couldn't build boats for fishing or construct the wooden infrastructure needed for Moai transportation. This ecological disaster may have triggered social breakdown, warfare, and the abandonment of statue construction. However, alternative theories challenge this narrative of self-inflicted collapse. Some researchers argue that European contact, disease, and slave raids created the population decline, not internal environmental management failures. The truth likely combines multiple factors, each contributing to the end of one of humanity's most remarkable artistic achievements. Modern archaeological techniques continue revealing new layers of the Moai mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has identified numerous buried statues, while chemical analysis of toolware patterns provides insights into ancient carving techniques. Each discovery adds complexity rather than clarity, suggesting the Easter Island story remains far from complete. The statues themselves seem to hold secrets that conventional archaeology struggles to unlock. Their placement follows astronomical alignments that indicate sophisticated knowledge of celestial movements. Some researchers propose the Moai served as markers in an island-wide sacred landscape, their positioning corresponding to seasonal ceremonies or navigation aids for ocean voyaging. What remains most haunting is the silence surrounding the Moai's true purpose. Despite extensive research, oral history collection, and archaeological investigation, the statue's deepest meanings remain locked in a cultural context that was largely destroyed by the collapse that ended their creation. The Moai stand as monuments not just to human ambition and artistic achievement, but to the fragility of knowledge itself. Standing among these ancient giants, visitors often report a profound sense of presence, as if the statues retain some essence of their creator's intentions. Whether this represents spiritual reality or psychological response to archaeological mystery, the Moai continue to exert an influence that transcends their stone composition, holding secrets that may never be fully revealed. The Lost City of Z. 300 years of maps bore the same tantalizing mark, a city that shouldn't exist, marked with coordinates that led explorers into the green heart of the Amazon, never to return. The Royal Geographical Society's archives contain 47 expedition reports, each describing the same phenomenon. Indigenous tribes speaking of stone cities where the forest grows thickest, ceramic fragments that predate known Amazonian cultures by centuries, and always, the stories of explorers who walked into the jungle chasing whispers of gold and vanished as completely as if the earth had swallowed them whole. Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett first heard the name in 1906, spoken by a dying prospector in a Rio de Janeiro hospital. Z, the man whispered, pressing a fragment of carved stone into Fawcett's palm. The city of Z, it calls to you in dreams. By 1925, Fawcett had mounted 3 expeditions into the Mato Grosso, each time following native testimonies deeper into regions marked on Portuguese colonial maps as terra incognita. His field notes, discovered decades later in a leather satchel, describe architectural fragments that defy conventional understanding of pre-Columbian development. Worked stone blocks fitted without mortar, irrigation channels carved from single pieces of granite, most disturbing of all, symbols that appeared to match no known indigenous writing system. The Colonel's final transmission reached London on May 29, 1925. We can see the ruins from the ridge, proceeding tomorrow with Jack and Raleigh. The city spreads further than our maps suggested. Something watches us from the canopy. Fawcett, his 21-year-old son Jack, and Jack's friend Raleigh Ramel disappeared that night. The Brazilian government launched 7 search expeditions between 1926 and 1932. None found trace of the 3 men, though 2 of those rescue teams also vanished without explanation. What makes the Z disappearances particularly unsettling isn't the jungle's well-documented dangers, it's the pattern. Since Fawcett's expedition, 19 separate groups have entered the same region of the Mato Grosso following his route. 13 never emerged. Of the 6 teams that returned, 4 reported identical phenomena: the sensation of being watched, electronic equipment failing without cause, and most unnervingly, the discovery of worked stone scattered throughout areas that should contain only virgin rainforest. Dr. Michael Heckenberger's 2008 archaeological survey, using satellite imaging, revealed geometric earthworks, covering over 8,000 square miles of previously unmapped Amazon territory. The formations include raised fields, causeways, and what appear to be defensive ditches surrounding areas of elevated ground. Academic estimates suggest these earthworks supported populations of up to 50,000 people, exactly the scale of civilization Fawcett described in his theoretical reconstruction of Z. The implications disturb conventional archaeology. If Heckenberger's findings represent the remnants of Fawcett's lost city, it means a complex urban civilization thrived in the Amazon centuries before European contact. More troubling, it suggests this civilization developed engineering capabilities that surpass documented pre-Columbian achievements. The raised field systems show evidence of soil management techniques that modern agricultural science struggles to replicate. In 2010, the Kalapalo tribe granted researchers permission to investigate their oral histories regarding white expeditions into their territory. Elder Vajuvi described encountering Fawcett's party in 1925, leading them toward ruins the tribe considered cursed ground. According to Vajuvi's account, his ancestors warned Fawcett that the stone city held the dead, and that previous visitors had entered the ruins but emerged, changed. The Kalapalo maintain that Z exists, but not as treasure hunters imagined it. In their tradition, the city serves as a prison for entities that predate human civilization. The stone structures Fawcett found weren't evidence of advanced native engineering. They were containment systems, built by unknown hands to keep something buried beneath the jungle floor. That interpretation gained unexpected support in 2019, when ground-penetrating radar detected massive stone constructions 60 feet below the surface of the region where Fawcett disappeared. The buried structures span 14 acres and include chambers with walls carved from single blocks of granite. Most puzzling, the radar signatures suggest the construction extends much deeper than current technology can penetrate. Brazilian authorities denied excavation permits for the site after geologists reported unusual seismic activity in the area. The tremors occur in regular patterns, every 4 hours and 17 minutes, and register on equipment placed throughout the region. Local indigenous groups describe the tremors differently. They call them breathing. James Lynch, son of one of Fawcett's guides, inherited his father's journal in 1987. The journal contains detailed maps of the expedition route and a disturbing final entry, dated 3 days after Fawcett's last radio transmission. The colonel was right about the city, but wrong about what we'd find there. The stones don't mark ruins. They mark graves, and something in those graves is trying to get out. Lynch attempted to follow his father's route in 1991, accompanied by 2 professional guides and documentary equipment. The team's GPS tracker malfunctioned on their 4th day in the jungle, but their abandoned campsite was discovered 6 months later. The tents remained perfectly set up, food supplies untouched, but the 3 men had vanished. Most unnervingly, Lynch's camera contained footage of their final night. The video shows Lynch examining stone carvings by flashlight while discussing the symbol's resemblance to his father's sketches. At 3:17 a.m., the camera captures all 3 men walking into the jungle in single file, as if responding to some unheard command. The camera continued recording until dawn. The audio reveals 17 minutes of what sounds like chanting in an unknown language, followed by complete silence. Analysis by linguistic experts found no correlation between the recorded sounds and any documented human language, living or extinct. Satellite surveillance of the Z region now shows heat signatures suggesting buried structures across an area larger than Manhattan. Ground teams report that local wildlife avoids a 20-mile radius around the buried city, creating an unnatural silence that persists year-round. The trees in this dead zone grow differently, their roots forming geometric patterns that mirror the underground constructions. Whatever drew Percy Fawcett into the Amazon remains there, buried beneath centuries of jungle growth, waiting for the next explorer curious enough to uncover the truth about Z. The question isn't whether the city exists, it's whether some doors should remain forever sealed. The Antikythera Mechanism. When marine archaeologist Valerio Stais pulled a corroded bronze lump from the Antikythera shipwreck in 1901, he had no idea he was holding what would become one of history's most mind-bending discoveries. Hidden beneath nearly 2 millennia of Mediterranean sediment was a machine so sophisticated that it wouldn't be matched again for another 1,000 years. The Antikythera Mechanism defies everything we thought we knew about ancient technological capability. This palm-sized bronze device, crafted sometime between 150 and 100 BCE, contains gear trains more complex than anything found in medieval European clockwork. When X-ray tomography finally revealed its internal structure in 2005, researchers discovered 37 meshing bronze gears, arranged in a configuration that could predict eclipses, track planetary movements, and calculate the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games with startling precision. What makes this discovery so unsettling isn't just its complexity, but its isolation in the archaeological record. No similar devices exist. No ancient texts describe its construction methods. No technological lineage leads up to it or flows from it. The mechanism appears in history like a technological ghost, fully formed and impossibly advanced. The craftsmanship alone raises profound questions. Each gear tooth was hand-cut to tolerances that wouldn't be seen again until the 18th century. The device required knowledge of differential gearing, a concept formally invented in the 16th century. Inscriptions covering every available surface describe astronomical phenomena with mathematical sophistication that scholars once believed was beyond ancient Greek capability. Professor Michael Wright, who spent decades reconstructing the mechanism, describes it as an ancient laptop computer. When you turn the bronze crank, dials display the positions of the sun, moon, and known planets. A separate dial predicts eclipses decades in advance. Another tracks the irregularities in the moon's orbit with an accuracy that wouldn't be surpassed until Johannes Kepler's work in the 17th century. The device contained features that still puzzle researchers. Hidden spiral dials track the 19-year Metonic cycle, the period after which lunar phases repeat on the same calendar dates. A 4-year dial likely tracked Olympic Games, suggesting this wasn't merely an abstract calculating device, but a practical tool for coordinating civic and religious events across the Greek world. Dr. Tony Freeth, who led the modern analysis, discovered that the mechanism's gear ratios precisely match the astronomical periods known to ancient Greek astronomers. The main gear train uses a 254:19 ratio that represents the relationship between the solar year and the lunar month, calculated to a precision that differs from modern values by less than 1 part in a million. But here's what keeps researchers awake at night. The mechanism incorporates theories about planetary motion that weren't supposed to exist until Ptolemy wrote about them 2 centuries later. Somehow, the device's unknown creator had access to astronomical knowledge that the historical record claims didn't exist yet. The bronze fragments tell other disturbing stories. Metallurgical analysis shows the gears were cast using techniques that produced bronze of exceptional purity. The manufacturing process required tools and skills that should have been centuries beyond the technological horizon of ancient Greece. Yet here it sits, carbon-dated and authenticated, a machine from a civilization that supposedly barely understood basic mechanics. More fragments continue to surface from the original shipwreck. Recent diving expeditions have recovered pieces that suggest the mechanism was even larger and more complex than previously thought. Computer modeling indicates the complete device may have predicted the movements of all 5 planets known to ancient astronomers, essentially functioning as a mechanical model of the entire cosmos. What happened to the knowledge that created this device? Historical records show no trace of similar machines in the centuries following the Antikythera Mechanism's construction. No Roman writers describe mechanical computers. No Byzantine texts reference gear-driven astronomical calculators. The technology simply vanishes from human knowledge until mechanical clocks begin appearing in medieval Europe over a millennium later. Some researchers propose that the mechanism represents lost knowledge from the Library of Alexandria, destroyed in the centuries following its creation. Others suggest it was the product of a single genius whose methods died with him. But neither explanation accounts for the sophisticated industrial processes required to manufacture such precise components. The device raises uncomfortable questions about technological progression. We assume human knowledge develops linearly, building gradually from simple discoveries to complex applications. The Antikythera Mechanism suggests that assumption might be wrong. Perhaps ancient civilizations achieved technological peaks that were subsequently lost, leaving only tantalizing fragments in the archaeological record. Recent analysis has revealed even stranger details. The mechanism's calendar system incorporates intercalary months that match historical records from ancient Rhodes and Corinth. This suggests the device wasn't just astronomically sophisticated, but was calibrated for specific Greek civic calendars, implying a level of mathematical coordination across city-states that historians didn't know existed. The bronze itself contains isotopic signatures that point to mines in the Balkans, suggesting a supply chain sophisticated enough to source specific materials for precision manufacturing. The creator of this device had access not just to advanced theoretical knowledge, but to an industrial network capable of supporting complex technological production. Dr. Xenophon Moussas, who has studied the mechanism for decades, believes it represents evidence of a lost technological tradition. In his analysis, the device demonstrates manufacturing capabilities that wouldn't reappear until the Renaissance, suggesting either catastrophic knowledge loss or gaps in our understanding of ancient Greek technical capabilities. Today, creating an exact replica of the Antikythera mechanism requires computer-aided design and precision machinery. The fact that ancient Greek craftsmen accomplished this using hand tools and techniques we can only guess at makes the device's existence seem almost supernatural. The mechanism sits in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, its bronze gears still capable of turning after 2,000 years beneath the sea. Visitors stare at its fragments, trying to reconcile this mechanical marvel with their understanding of ancient technological limitations. Most leave with more questions than answers. Every gear tooth is a reminder that human knowledge isn't always cumulative, that civilizations can achieve extraordinary heights and then vanish, leaving only mysteries for future archaeologists to puzzle over. The Antikythera mechanism stands as proof that our ancestors were capable of wonders we're still struggling to understand. The Tunguska Event. 115 years have passed since something fell from the sky over Siberia with the force of 1,000 atomic bombs. Yet we still don't know what it was. On June 30th, 1908, at 7:17 in the morning, witnesses reported seeing a brilliant fireball streak across the dawn sky above the Podkamennaya Tunguska River. What followed was an explosion so powerful it registered on seismographs as far away as Washington, D.C., and atmospheric pressure waves circled the globe twice. The blast flattened 80 million trees across 830 square miles of remote taiga forest, creating a butterfly-shaped pattern of devastation that radiated outward from a central point. Yet when scientists finally reached the impact site nearly 2 decades later, they found something impossible. No crater, no meteorite fragments, no trace of whatever had caused this apocalyptic destruction. Leonid Kulik, the Russian mineralogist who led the first scientific expedition to the site in 1927, expected to find a massive iron meteorite that would make Russia rich. Instead, he discovered a landscape that defied explanation. Trees lay scattered like matchsticks in perfect radial patterns, all pointing away from ground zero. But at the very center of the blast, some trees remained standing, stripped of their branches but still upright, like ghostly sentinels. The locals, the Evenki people who lived in the region, had their own stories about that morning. They spoke of the sky splitting open, of a thunder that never ended, of Agdi, their god of thunder, striking down to earth. Semenovich, herding reindeer 40 miles from the epicenter, later described being thrown from his chair as his cabin shook and a hot wind seared his face. The heat was so intense, he said, that it felt like his shirt was catching fire. But the Evenki had avoided the area for years after the blast, calling it cursed. They told Kulik that the explosion had killed hundreds of reindeer and created a place where the earth itself had died. When researchers finally surveyed the damage, they found the animals hadn't been killed by impact or fire, but by something else entirely. Their bodies showed no signs of trauma, yet they lay scattered throughout the blast zone in positions suggesting they had simply stopped. The lack of a crater became the first of many puzzles. If a meteorite or comet large enough to cause such destruction had hit the Earth, it should have created a crater at least a mile wide. The Barringer crater in Arizona, formed by a much smaller object, measures nearly 4,000 feet across. Yet decades of searching the Tunguska site revealed nothing but swampy ground and dense forest. This absence led scientists to propose that whatever struck Siberia had exploded in the air, perhaps 3 to 6 miles above the surface. An airburst would explain the radial pattern of destruction and the lack of crater, but it raised new questions. What could cause such a massive explosion without leaving any physical evidence behind? The theories that emerged over the following decades grew increasingly exotic. Some scientists suggested a fragment of antimatter had collided with Earth's atmosphere, annihilating itself in a perfect example of Einstein's mass-energy equation. Others proposed that a small black hole had punched through the planet, entering in Siberia and exiting somewhere in the North Atlantic. A few even speculated that an alien spacecraft had exploded while entering Earth's atmosphere. The antimatter hypothesis, while scientifically possible, required the existence of antimatter meteoroids, something never observed in space. The black hole theory faced similar problems. A black hole with enough mass to cause the Tunguska explosion would have left detectable gravitational effects and likely would have consumed substantial amounts of matter as it passed through Earth. More conventional explanations focused on comets. A comet, composed largely of ice and dust, could potentially explode in the atmosphere and leave little trace. The heat of entry could vaporize the ice, while the rocky components might scatter over such a wide area that they'd be nearly impossible to find. This theory explained both the airburst and the lack of recovered materials, but it too had problems. Comet fragments typically create distinctive chemical signatures in the atmosphere, traces that should have been detectable for years after impact. No such evidence was found at Tunguska. Additionally, witnesses described the object as appearing metallic and cylindrical, rather than the typical fuzzy appearance of a comet. Recent research has added new dimensions to the mystery. Analysis of tree ring samples from the blast area revealed something unexpected: accelerated growth in the years following 1908. Trees in the Tunguska region showed increased growth rates for decades after the event, suggesting that whatever happened had somehow enriched the environment rather than damaged it. This pattern resembles the ecological effects seen around Chernobyl, where some plant life has thrived despite radiation levels, but the mechanism at Tunguska remains unclear. Soil samples from the area contain elevated levels of rare metals like iridium and osmium, elements uncommon in Earth's crust but typical of extraterrestrial objects. However, these concentrations are far lower than would be expected from a meteorite impact of Tunguska's magnitude. The metallic traces suggest something from space was involved, but the quantities are frustratingly small. Perhaps most puzzling are reports of unusual phenomena that persisted for months after the explosion. Across Europe, the summer of 1908 was marked by extraordinarily bright nights. The skies glowed so intensely that people could read newspapers by their light at midnight. This luminosity lasted for weeks, far longer than any known atmospheric effect from meteor impacts. The magnetic field in the region also behaved strangely for years following the event, showing fluctuations that some researchers compare to electromagnetic pulses. These anomalies suggest that whatever happened at Tunguska involved more than simple kinetic impact or thermal explosion. Modern computer modeling has attempted to recreate the blast conditions, but the results remain inconclusive. Simulations can reproduce the destruction pattern with various scenarios: comet airburst, asteroid explosion, even unconventional phenomena, but none perfectly match all the observed evidence. The Tunguska Event stands as a reminder that Earth remains vulnerable to forces we barely understand, that even in our age of satellite surveillance and global communication networks, something could strike from space, with effects we couldn't predict or explain. Somewhere in the vast dark between worlds, objects follow trajectories that occasionally intersect with our small blue planet, carrying energies that reshape landscapes in minutes and leave mysteries that endure for generations. In the Siberian wilderness, the forest has regrown around the scars of that June morning, but the questions remain as deep and dark as the taiga itself. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. Something waits beneath the Baltic Sea, 60 feet wide, 200 feet below the surface, circular and scarred with what appear to be deliberate markings. When sonar first traced its outline in 2011, the Swedish treasure hunting team Ocean X thought they'd found a shipwreck. They were wrong. The formation defies every conventional explanation marine archaeologists have offered. Its geometric precision speaks against natural formation. Its composition challenges known metallurgy, and the electromagnetic anomalies surrounding it have turned sophisticated diving equipment into expensive paperweights. Swedish explorer Peter Lindberg still remembers the moment his sonar operator called him over. They'd been searching for champagne bottles from a 19th century wreck when the equipment registered something impossible. A perfect circle, sitting upright on the seafloor, like a massive coin someone had dropped from the world above. The initial sonar images revealed stepped edges and what appeared to be a ramp leading up to the main structure. Geological surveys of the Baltic seafloor show nothing comparable within hundreds of miles. The anomaly sits alone, its nearest neighbor being foundation stones from a lighthouse built in the 1800s. OceanX returned in 2012 with a full diving team and enough equipment to document whatever they'd found. The first dive lasted 18 minutes. When diver Stefan Hogeborn surfaced, he carried samples that marine geologists are still analyzing. The material contained elements familiar to underwater volcanic activity, yet volcanic formation in that region ended over 1 billion years ago. More disturbing were the electromagnetic readings. As divers approached the structure, their equipment began failing in sequence. Satellite phones lost signal. Underwater cameras stopped recording. Even mechanical depth gauges registered impossible readings, as if the metal itself was interfering with basic magnetic orientation. Dennis Osberg, OceanX's co-founder, documented these equipment failures across multiple dives. Each approach to the anomaly produced the same result. Electronics would function normally until divers reached approximately 15 meters from the structure, then systematically shut down. Recovery occurred only after moving beyond a distinct perimeter, as if the formation projected some kind of field. Marine archaeologist Dr. Göran Ekberg examined the dive footage before the cameras failed. The surface of the structure showed what appeared to be deliberate scarring. Straight lines intersected at precise angles. Circular depressions suggested mounting points for objects no longer present. The entire surface bore the unmistakable marks of intelligence, yet no known civilization possessed the technology to place such an object on the Baltic seafloor. The age question haunts every investigation. Carbon dating of organic material found on the structure's surface suggests it has remained undisturbed for over 14,000 years. This timeline predates known seafaring capabilities by several millennia. It also predates the last ice age, when the Baltic Sea existed as a frozen wasteland incapable of supporting any maritime activity. Geologist Steve Weiner from the Weizmann Institute analyzed rock samples taken from the structure's base. His findings complicated rather than clarified the mystery. The surrounding seafloor showed consistent sediment layers built up over thousands of years. But directly beneath the anomaly, these layers appeared compressed, as if something heavy had been placed there before the sediment began accumulating. The compression pattern suggested the structure had not formed gradually through natural processes. Instead, it appeared to have been positioned deliberately, then covered by the slow accumulation of marine sediment over geological time. This evidence pointed toward artificial placement, yet offered no explanation for who might have possessed such capabilities. More expeditions followed, each raising additional questions. In 2014, marine archaeologist Peter Lindberg Jr. led a team that attempted to map the structure's interior. Sonar indicated hollow spaces beneath the main formation, connected by what appeared to be constructed passages. But electromagnetic interference prevented detailed exploration of these chambers. The dive logs from that expedition record several unexplained phenomena. Divers reported temperature variations around the structure that didn't correspond to normal thermal layers. Water samples taken from directly above the anomaly contained mineral compositions different from surrounding areas. Most unsettling, several divers noted that their air supply gauges malfunctioned specifically when examining certain sections of the structure. Professional skeptics have proposed various natural explanations. Some suggest the formation results from unusual glacial activity during the last ice age. Others point to possible meteorite impact, arguing that the circular shape indicates cosmic rather than human origin. These theories address the structure's basic geometry, but struggle to explain the electromagnetic anomalies and apparent internal chambers. Doctors Volker Bruchert, a marine geologist from Stockholm University, spent 3 years developing alternative theories for the formation. His models demonstrated how unique ice movements might create circular depressions in bedrock. However, his calculations couldn't account for the structure's raised edges or the metallic elements found in material samples. The electromagnetic mystery deepens with each investigation. In 2016, a Swedish military research team tested various metal detectors around the site. Standard equipment registered massive metallic masses beneath the visible structure, extending far deeper than sonar penetration allowed. Yet magnetic compass readings around the anomaly showed no deflection, suggesting the metallic components possessed unusual magnetic properties. These findings attracted international attention from research institutions studying unconventional archaeological sites. Teams from Germany, Russia, and the United States have requested access to the site, though the Swedish government has limited research permits to domestic organizations. The Baltic Sea Anomaly remains exactly what it was when Peter Lindbergh first traced its outline on sonar, a geometric impossibility sitting on the sea floor, surrounded by electromagnetic disturbances that prevent detailed study. Its age suggests placement by civilizations that shouldn't have existed. Its construction implies technologies beyond known historical capabilities. 14,000 years of sediment cover a structure that electromagnetic fields seem designed to protect from investigation. Whether it represents unknown human achievement, natural formation beyond current geological understanding, or something else entirely, the anomaly continues to wait beneath 200 feet of dark water, keeping its secrets as carefully as it keeps its silence. Cryptids of the deep sea. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended in her submersible to 2,800 meters below the Pacific surface in March 2019, her sonar detected something that shouldn't have existed. The readings showed a creature roughly 60 feet in length, moving with deliberate intelligence through the crushing darkness. What made her hands shake wasn't just the size, it was the way it seemed to respond to her lights, circling her vessel 3 times before vanishing into thermal vents that cartographers insisted were empty. The deep ocean covers more than 60% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. Down there, where sunlight has never touched and pressure would crush human bones to powder in milliseconds, witnesses continue to report encounters with life forms that challenge every classification system we've built. Dr. Vasquez's footage, reviewed by marine experts at 3 separate institutions, shows movement patterns that don't match any known species. The creature appears to generate its own bioluminescence in complex shifting patterns across what seems to be a serpentine body. Frame-by-frame analysis reveals appendages that marine biologists describe as anatomically impossible, yet there they are, captured in high-definition clarity. The deep sea has always harbored mysteries. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded what they called the bloop, an ultra-low-frequency sound detected by underwater microphones across the Pacific. For years, the source remained unknown. While NOAA eventually attributed it to ice movement, the original recordings contain acoustic signatures that several independent analysts claim don't match glacial activity. The sound was organic, rhythmic, and originated from a depth of nearly 4,000 meters. Commercial fishermen working the deep waters off the Mariana Trench report nets coming up shredded by something with serrated appendages, unlike any known shark or squid. Captain Marcus Chen, who's worked these waters for 37 years, describes encountering massive forms that his sonar reads as solid objects, but which seem to dissolve before his nets can reach them. His crew refuses to work certain coordinates after midnight, claiming that's when the deep dwellers rise to hunt. The phenomenon extends beyond isolated sightings. In 1968, the Soviet deep-sea research vessel Akademik Mstislav Keldysh captured something extraordinary on film during exploration of the Puerto Rico Trench. The classified footage, leaked decades later, shows what appears to be a structured environment on the sea floor, not geological formations, but organized, geometric patterns suggesting construction. Moving through these structures are forms that Soviet marine biologists couldn't classify. Dr. Sarah Hendricks, who spent 15 years analyzing deep-sea imagery for NOAA, describes reviewing footage that officially doesn't exist. Her testimony, given during a 2003 conference before she was suddenly transferred to freshwater research, detailed encounters with creatures displaying problem-solving behavior and apparent communication through bioluminescent patterns. She spoke of tentacled beings that seemed to operate crude tools and massive entities that appeared to herd smaller deep-sea life like underwater shepherds. The Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute has documented several incidents involving their remotely operated vehicles encountering aggressive responses from unidentified deep-sea life. ROV operators report equipment being deliberately disabled by creatures that seem to understand technology. In one case from 2016, an ROV exploring hydrothermal vents at 3,200 meters depth captured footage of what researchers describe as coordinated hunting behavior by organisms that official marine biology recognizes as solitary creatures. Japanese deep-sea installations have recorded similar phenomena. The Kuroshio Research Station, anchored at 2,100 meters depth, has logged over 200 encounters with unclassified marine life since 1995. Station logs describe creatures that appear to study human equipment, approaching with what observers call deliberate curiosity, before disappearing into abyssal trenches that no submarine can follow. The bioluminescent displays witnessed at extreme depths defy current understanding of deep-sea communication. Dr. Anton Krebs, a marine biochemist who studied bioluminescence for 40 years before his death in 2018, left research notes describing light patterns that seem to respond to human presence. His final expedition recordings show complex light sequences that his computer models suggest represent information transfer, not random biological function. Sonar readings from deep ocean research consistently detect anomalies that don't match known geological features or recognized marine life. The patterns suggest massive organisms moving in coordinated groups through ocean trenches we can't access. Naval submarines have reported similar encounters, though military classification prevents public disclosure of most incidents. The Mariana Trench, Earth's deepest known point, continues producing evidence of life forms that shouldn't survive at such depths and pressures. James Cameron's 2012 descent to Challenger Deep captured images that marine biologists still debate. Enhanced analysis of his footage reveals movement in the sediment that some experts argue shows intelligence, while others dismiss it as geological activity. What makes these encounters particularly unsettling is the apparent awareness these creatures show toward human intrusion. Unlike typical deep-sea life, which either ignores or flees from submersibles, these entities seem to investigate human technology with methodical precision. ROV operators describe feeling watched, even through thousands of meters of water and steel hulls. The fossil record offers no context for creatures of this size and apparent intelligence existing in deep ocean environments. Paleontologists find themselves examining evidence that suggests evolution took dramatically different paths in the abyss, producing life forms that developed complex behaviors in complete isolation from surface ecosystems. As deep-sea exploration technology advances, researchers face an uncomfortable reality. We may not be discovering new species, we may be encountering civilizations that evolved in environments we assumed were lifeless. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well, but those who've descended far enough return with stories that challenge our understanding of what's possible in Earth's most alien environment. Down there, in the crushing darkness where no human was meant to venture, something ancient and intelligent watches back from the abyss. The Piri Reis Map. In 1929, while cataloging manuscripts at Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, historian Halil Edhem stumbled upon a fragment of parchment that would challenge everything we thought we knew about Renaissance cartography. The map, bearing the signature of Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis and dated 1513, showed the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and the Americas with startling precision. But there was something else, something that shouldn't have been there. The southern portion of the map depicted a landmass that wouldn't officially be discovered for another 3 centuries: Antarctica. Piri Reis was no ordinary mapmaker. Born Ahmet Muhyiddin Piri around 1465, he rose through Ottoman naval ranks to become one of the empire's most celebrated admirals. His nephew, the legendary Kemal Reis, had captured Spanish sailors during Mediterranean raids, and from these prisoners, Piri claimed to have obtained crucial navigational knowledge. But the sources he listed for his world map read like a catalog of impossibilities. According to inscriptions on the map itself, Piri drew from 20 different charts. Some came from contemporary Portuguese and Spanish explorers, which made perfect sense. Others allegedly originated from the time of Alexander the Great. Most puzzling of all, he claimed to have consulted a map drawn by Christopher Columbus himself, a map that Columbus supposedly based on even older sources that showed lands beyond the Western Sea. The accuracy of what Piri Reis achieved in 1513 becomes more unsettling the longer you examine it. His depiction of the South American coastline matches modern satellite imagery with frightening precision. The Falkland Islands appear in their correct position. The mouth of the Amazon River is rendered with details that Portuguese explorers wouldn't map for decades. But Antarctica, that's where rational explanation begins to fracture. The continent appears not as the ice-covered wasteland we know today, but as a land with detailed coastlines, rivers, and what appear to be mountains. Modern analysis suggests the map shows Antarctica as it might have looked before glaciation, a condition that last existed millions of years ago, long before human civilization. Charles Hapgood, a professor of history at Keene College, spent years analyzing the Piri Reis Map in the 1960s. His conclusions sent ripples through academic circles. The Antarctic coastline, he argued, showed remarkable similarity to seismic surveys conducted during the International Geophysical Year of 1957–58. These surveys had revealed the actual shape of the continent beneath its ice sheet, a shape that perfectly matched what Piri Reis had drawn 4.5 centuries earlier. Hapgood's enthusiasm caught the attention of the United States Air Force. In 1960, Lieutenant Colonel Harold Z. Ohlmeyer, commander of the 8th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron, wrote a letter that would become legendary among researchers of ancient mysteries. After examining Hapgood's analysis, Ohlmeyer stated that the Antarctic section of the map showed geographic features that agreed remarkably with seismic profiles of the subglacial topography. The implication was staggering. Somehow, Piri Reis had access to information about Antarctica that modern science had only recently discovered. But skeptics weren't convinced. Cartographic historians pointed out that many medieval and Renaissance maps showed imaginary southern continents, following classical geographical theories that demanded land masses in the south to balance the known northern continents. What appeared to be Antarctica might simply be artistic license, a theoretical landmass that happened, by pure coincidence, to occupy roughly the correct position. Dr. Gregory McIntosh, a specialist in early American cartography, conducted his own detailed analysis in the 1990s. His conclusions were more sobering. The supposed Antarctic coastline, he argued, was actually a distorted continuation of the South American coast. Cartographic projection errors, common in 16th century maps, could account for the apparent similarities to the real Antarctic outline, yet certain details resist easy dismissal. Piri Reis himself provided explanations that only deepen the mystery. In the Kitab-i-Bahriyeh, his comprehensive book of navigation, he wrote about consulting ancient maps of such accuracy that they must have been drawn by people who had actually sailed those waters. He described charts showing lands that were warm and inhabited, but which in his time had become cold and empty. The mathematical precision of the map's projections poses another puzzle. Modern analysis reveals that Piri Reis used a sophisticated coordinate system that accurately placed geographic features according to their true longitude and latitude. This level of precision required mathematical knowledge and astronomical observations that most historians believe were beyond the capabilities of 16th century Ottoman cartography. Professor Swat Suchek of Princeton University offered a more cautious interpretation. The map, he suggested, represented the pinnacle of Ottoman geographical knowledge, compiled from the best available sources of the time. Some inaccuracies that modern researchers interpreted as impossible precision were simply the result of educated guesswork and artistic interpretation. The Antarctic resemblance was purely coincidental. But the mystery deepens when you consider what happened to the rest of Piri Reis's work. The fragment discovered in 1929 represents only about 1/3 of the original map. The remaining sections, which would presumably show the Pacific and Indian Oceans, have never been found. What secrets might those missing portions contain? Some researchers have suggested that Piri Reis had access to maps preserved from the Library of Alexandria, or perhaps charts maintained by secretive navigational guilds that guarded ancient knowledge. Others propose more exotic explanations, that remnant civilizations with advanced geographical knowledge survived in hidden corners of the world, occasionally sharing their secrets with later explorers. The Ottoman admiral himself seemed aware that his sources were extraordinary. In his notes, he expressed wonder at the accuracy of the ancient charts he consulted. almost as if he recognized that they contained knowledge beyond what his era should have possessed. Today, the Piri Reis Map hangs in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, a beautiful and bewildering artifact that continues to challenge our understanding of historical knowledge. Whether it represents remarkable coincidence, hidden wisdom, or something far stranger, it stands as a reminder that the past holds secrets we've barely begun to uncover. The questions it raises echo through time. Who drew those original charts? How did they achieve such precision? And what other knowledge awaits discovery in the forgotten corners of human history? The Vatican's secret archives. When the Vatican declared in 2019 that it would open Pope Pius XII's secret files to researchers, 3 separate academic teams were denied access within 6 months. No explanations, no appeals process, just silence from an institution that holds more historical documents than any government on Earth. 85 kilometers of shelving stretch beneath Vatican City, containing an estimated 35 million pages of documents spanning 12 centuries. The Archivum Secretum Vaticanum, literally the Pope's private archive, remains one of the most restricted repositories of knowledge in existence. Only 150 qualified scholars worldwide possess access cards, and even they can request just 3 documents per day. Dr. Marina Benedetti spent 14 years attempting to gain entry to study medieval astronomical texts. When she finally received permission in 2018, Vatican archivists informed her that the specific documents she'd requested had been temporarily relocated for preservation purposes. They remain unavailable today. The official reason for such secrecy centers on preservation and privacy concerns. Cardinal José Tolentino de Mendoza, the Vatican's chief librarian, maintains that many documents contain personal confessions and diplomatic correspondence too sensitive for public consumption. Yet this explanation fails to address why astronomical observations from the 13th century require such protection. In 1981, investigative journalist David Dyatlov discovered references to financial documents that tracked Vatican wealth through World War II. His formal request to examine these papers was refused on grounds that they might compromise ongoing relationships with sovereign nations. Dyatlov died in 2018, his questions never answered. The archive's most intriguing section remains completely sealed to outside researchers. The Reserva, or reserved collection, contains documents deemed too sensitive even for approved scholars. Conservative estimates suggest it holds between 5,000 and 15,000 items. No catalog exists for public viewing. No archivist has ever publicly discussed its contents. Father Sergio Pagano, who oversaw the archives from 2007 to 2012, once admitted in an unguarded moment that certain documents might challenge fundamental assumptions about church history and doctrine. He refused to elaborate and later claimed his words were taken out of context. Among confirmed holdings are complete records of the Inquisition, including detailed accounts of Galileo's trial that remain largely unpublished. The Vatican possesses correspondence between Pope Pius XII and Nazi officials during World War II, correspondence that could definitively settle questions about the Church's wartime conduct. Yet access remains severely limited even to established historians. Documents leaked in 2012 revealed the existence of something called the Hereticus Collection, a catalog of suppressed theological writings dating to the early Church. These texts allegedly contain alternative interpretations of Christian doctrine that conflict with established teaching. The Vatican has never acknowledged this collection's existence. Dr. Robert Calderisi, a former World Bank official turned Vatican researcher, spent 3 years attempting to trace medieval references to astronomical observations made from Vatican properties. Church astronomers had documented celestial phenomena with remarkable precision centuries before Galileo, yet these records remain sealed. Calderisi's access was revoked in 2015 after he questioned why scientific observations required such secrecy. The archive's modern security system rivals that of national intelligence agencies. Biometric scanners, climate-controlled chambers, and around-the-clock surveillance protect documents that officially contain nothing more sensitive than diplomatic correspondence and administrative records. Such measures seem excessive for routine historical materials. In 2009, Vatican officials quietly removed several medieval manuscripts from public view at the Vatican Library, transferring them to the secret archive without explanation. These texts dealt with early church encounters with non-Christian religions and contained translation work from ancient languages that predated accepted Christian chronologies. Professor Elena Woodacre of Winchester University discovered references to these manuscripts in her research on medieval religious syncretism. When she requested access, Vatican officials claimed no knowledge of the documents despite her providing specific catalog numbers from previous academic citations. The Vatican's relationship with modern science adds another layer of mystery. The Church operates one of the world's most advanced astronomical observatories, employing cutting-edge technology to study deep space phenomena. Yet historical documents detailing centuries of Vatican astronomical observations remain locked away. Father José Gabriel Funes, former director of the Vatican Observatory, publicly stated in 2008 that intelligent extraterrestrial life would be compatible with Catholic teaching. His comments sparked worldwide attention. Yet Vatican archivists continue to restrict access to historical documents that might illuminate the Church's long-standing relationship with astronomical study. The Borgias archive represents perhaps the most tantalizing sealed collection. This family produced 3 popes during the Renaissance era, accumulating vast wealth and political influence through methods that remain poorly understood. Documents from their papacies could illuminate how the modern Vatican's financial structure developed, yet they remain completely inaccessible. Alexander Borgia's personal papers allegedly contain correspondence with explorers returning from the New World, including detailed accounts of indigenous religious practices and artifacts. These documents might reveal how the Church processed encounters with civilizations that challenged European understanding of human development. Recent investigations have focused on the Vatican's wartime archives, particularly documents relating to the rat lines escape routes that allegedly helped Nazi officials flee Europe after 1945. The Church's official position maintains that any assistance provided was humanitarian in nature, yet the relevant documents remain sealed. Gerald Steinacher, a historian at the University of Nebraska, has traced numerous references to Vatican involvement in post-war refugee assistance that went well beyond acknowledged programs. His FOIA-style requests for specific documents have been denied on grounds that certain pastoral activities require permanent confidentiality. The deepest mystery may involve artifacts rather than documents. Vatican inventories reference thousands of objects acquired over centuries but never displayed publicly. These include items confiscated during the Inquisition, objects recovered from suppressed religious movements, and materials gathered during missionary activities worldwide. Reports suggest the Vatican possesses pre-Columbian artifacts that demonstrate advanced metallurgical techniques, ancient astronomical instruments of unknown origin, and religious texts in languages that predate established writing systems. None of these items have been subjected to independent scientific analysis. The true scope of Vatican secrecy extends beyond historical curiosity into active suppression. Documents dealing with modern UFO encounters, unexplained phenomena investigated by Church officials, and correspondence with government agencies remain sealed indefinitely. The Vatican's official astronomer regularly communicates with NASA and other space agencies, yet these conversations are not considered public record. Perhaps the most telling aspect of Vatican secrecy lies in what happens to researchers who probe too deeply. Academic careers stall, research funding disappears, access privileges are quietly revoked. The message becomes clear without ever being explicitly stated. Some knowledge must remain hidden. The Vatican archive continues to expand. New restrictions are implemented regularly. Documents that were once accessible to researchers have been reclassified and sealed. The Church that preaches transparency maintains one of the world's most secretive institutions, guarding knowledge that might reshape our understanding of history, science, and human development. What truths lie buried in those 85 kilometers of shelving? What discoveries might emerge if those sealed chambers were open to independent investigation? The Vatican knows, and it's not telling. The incident at Dyatlov Pass. 9 experienced hikers ventured into the Ural Mountains in January 1959. 3 weeks later, search teams found their tent sliced open from the inside, their bodies scattered across the frozen wilderness in various states of undress. What happened on that mountain remains one of the most perplexing mysteries of the 20th century, defying every logical explanation investigators have proposed. The expedition began as a routine winter trek. Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old engineering student, led 8 fellow hikers from the Ural Polytechnical Institute on what should have been a challenging but manageable journey to Otorten Mountain. The group consisted of 7 men and 2 women, all seasoned hikers with extensive experience in harsh winter conditions. They planned a 16-day route that would earn them the highest certification in Soviet mountaineering. On January 27, 1959, Dyatlov sent a telegram to their sports club, confirming the group had reached the settlement of Vizhai and would begin their ascent the following day. According to their planned itinerary, they expected to return by February 12. That telegram remains the last confirmed communication from any member of the group. When the hikers failed to return on schedule, search and rescue operations began on February 20th. What rescuers discovered 3 days later defied comprehension. The group's tent sat partially buried in snow on the slope of Kholat Syakhl, a mountain whose name translates ominously to Dead Mountain in the local Mansi language. The tent had been methodically cut open from the inside with long, deliberate slashes, as if the occupants had desperately needed to escape something outside. Personal belongings remained scattered inside the tent: cameras, food, warm clothing, boots, everything the hikers would have needed to survive in temperatures that dropped to -25 degrees Fahrenheit. Yet footprints in the snow revealed that all 9 had fled the scene barefoot or wearing only socks, heading down the mountain slope toward a line of trees nearly a mile away. The first 2 bodies were found beneath a large cedar tree at the forest's edge. Georgy Krivonishenko and Yuri Doroshenko had died from hypothermia, but their hands showed strange injuries, burns and missing skin on their fingers and palms, as though they had desperately tried to climb the tree. Branches up to 15 feet high had been broken off, and remnants of a makeshift fire lay scattered in the snow below. 300 meters from the cedar, searchers discovered 3 more bodies: Igor Dyatlov, Zinaida Kolmogorova, and Rustem Slobodin. They lay in a rough line pointing back toward their campsite, as if they had attempted to return to the tent. All 3 had died from hypothermia, but Slobodin also suffered a fractured skull. Their positioning suggested they had tried to help each other, with evidence of a desperate crawl through the snow. The remaining 4 bodies weren't found until May, when melting snow revealed them in a ravine 250 feet further into the forest. These discoveries transformed the mystery from puzzling to genuinely terrifying. Lyudmila Dubinina's tongue and eyes were missing, along with part of her lips. Alexander Zolotaryov had similar facial injuries. Both Dubinina and Zolotaryov, along with Nikolai Thibault-Briginoles, showed massive internal trauma, crushed ribs, damaged hearts, and in Dubinina's case, severe chest injuries. Yet their skin showed no external wounds. A medical examiner noted that the force required to inflict such injuries would be comparable to that of a car crash. The damaged ribs hadn't simply been broken, they had been crushed inward with tremendous pressure. Some of the clothing found on these 4 bodies showed puzzling levels of radioactivity, though this detail wouldn't be revealed for decades. The official investigation concluded the hikers had died from a compelling natural force, a phrase so vague it seemed designed to obscure rather than explain. The case files were immediately classified and wouldn't be made public until 1990. When they finally emerged, they revealed investigators had considered theories ranging from avalanche to military testing to attacks by local Mansi people, but none adequately explained the evidence. An avalanche couldn't account for the tent being cut from inside, the lack of external injuries on the ravine victims, or the orderly footprints leading away from the campsite. The area showed no signs of recent avalanche activity, and experienced mountaineers would never have pitched their tent in an avalanche-prone location. Military testing offered another possibility. The region served as a testing ground for Soviet missiles and nuclear experiments. Some witnesses reported seeing strange lights in the sky around the time of the incident, orange spheres moving across the night sky with unusual patterns. But military involvement couldn't explain the specific nature of the injuries or why the hikers would flee their tent so suddenly. Local indigenous theories pointed to supernatural forces. The Mansi people considered Kholat Syakhl a sacred mountain where spirits dwelled. Some suggested the hikers had violated sacred ground and faced consequences, but the Mansi themselves were ruled out as perpetrators. They had no motive for violence and lived peacefully alongside Russian settlers. Recent investigations have proposed new theories. Some researchers suggest katabatic winds, powerful air currents that rush down mountain slopes, could have created infrasound frequencies capable of inducing panic and disorientation. These subsonic frequencies can cause feelings of dread, hallucinations, and irrational behavior in humans. Terrified and confused, the hikers might have cut their way out of the tent to escape what they perceived as an overwhelming threat. Yet this theory still doesn't address the severe internal injuries suffered by the 4 bodies found in the ravine. A 2019 expedition attempted to recreate the incident's conditions, leading some to propose that a delayed snow collapse, not a traditional avalanche, but a localized accumulation of dense snow, could have struck the tent hours after it was abandoned, then later affected the ravine where the victims sought shelter. The radioactivity remains unexplained. Those levels weren't consistent with natural background radiation or medical contamination. Some clothing showed radiation levels significantly higher than others, suggesting contact with an external source. Nuclear weapons testing occurred in the region, but not at levels that would account for the specific contamination patterns found. What makes the Dyatlov Pass incident so enduring is how each explanation raises new questions. The evidence points in multiple directions simultaneously, creating a puzzle where every piece seems to belong to a different picture. 9 experienced hikers died under circumstances that continue to challenge our understanding of what's possible in the natural world. Their final photographs, recovered from cameras found in the tent, show the group's last day, smiling faces, setting up camp in gradually worsening weather. The final frames capture the tent being erected and secured against the wind. Nothing in those images suggests the terror that would soon unfold. Stonehenge's hidden purpose. On a windswept plain in southern England, 30 massive stones stand in deliberate arrangement. They have weathered 4,500 years of storms, witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, and kept their deepest secrets locked in silence. Each trilithon, those towering pairs of vertical stones capped by horizontal lintels, weighs more than 25 tons. The blue stones, transported from Wales nearly 200 miles away, somehow made an impossible journey across ancient Britain using methods we still struggle to comprehend. Dr. Timothy Darvill from Bournemouth University spent decades analyzing the monument's construction phases. His team discovered something that challenges everything we thought we knew about Neolithic capabilities. The builders didn't just drag massive stones across the landscape and arrange them in a circle. They engineered precise acoustic properties into the structure itself. Sound tests reveal that Stonehenge amplifies certain frequencies while dampening others, creating what modern acoustics experts describe as a sophisticated resonance chamber. The implications disturb conventional archaeology. This wasn't primitive stone worship. This was advanced engineering disguised as ancient ritual. Gerald Hawkins, the astronomer who first mapped Stonehenge's celestial alignments in the 1960s, identified 56 positions that correspond exactly to significant astronomical events. The heel stone marks the midsummer sunrise. The station stones align with extreme moonrises and moonsets. The Sarsen circle frames the winter solstice sunset with mathematical precision that rivals modern observatories. But here's what troubles researchers most deeply. The builders didn't just observe the sky, they predicted it. The 56 Aubrey holes, those mysterious pits that ring the outer edge, function as a complex calculator for tracking lunar eclipses. By moving markers around this stone computer, ancient operators could forecast eclipses decades in advance. The system works so accurately that NASA has used similar principles in modern astronomical calculations. Robin Heath, a mathematician who spent 20 years studying the monument's geometry, made a discovery that sent ripples through the academic community. The entire structure embodies advanced knowledge of the Pythagorean theorem, 1,500 years before Pythagoras was born. The builders understood pi, the golden ratio, and geometric relationships that supposedly weren't discovered until classical antiquity. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted by the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute revealed something even more unsettling. Stonehenge sits atop a vast underground landscape of hidden monuments. 17 previously unknown ritual structures lie buried beneath the surrounding area. Timber circles, burial mounds, and mysterious rectangular enclosures create a sprawling sacred complex that extends for miles in every direction. The most disturbing discovery came from the cremated remains found throughout the site. Analysis of bone fragments reveals that bodies were transported to Stonehenge from across Britain and continental Europe. Isotope studies show that people traveled hundreds of miles to die at this place, or to have their remains interred within the stone circle. The monument wasn't just a local ritual site, it was a continental destination for practices we can barely fathom. Professor Mike Parker Pearson's excavations at nearby Durrington Walls uncovered evidence of massive seasonal gatherings. The settlement could house thousands of people, all arriving for midwinter and midsummer ceremonies at Stonehenge. Pig bones show butchering patterns consistent with enormous feasts. Pottery shards reveal cooking vessels designed to feed hundreds at a time. But the most chilling aspect of these gatherings involves the human remains themselves. Many show evidence of violent death. Skull fragments bear impact wounds. Arm bones display defensive fractures. The sacred ceremonies at Stonehenge included elements we're reluctant to acknowledge, systematic human sacrifice on a scale that modern archaeology struggles to accept. Recent analysis of the altar stone reveals traces of human blood absorbed deep into the sarsen's crystalline structure. The staining patterns suggest repeated use over centuries. Laboratory tests identify proteins from multiple individuals, indicating that bloodletting rituals occurred regularly throughout the monument's active period. The builder's astronomical knowledge extends beyond simple calendar keeping. The monument tracks the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle with such precision that it could predict extreme tidal events. Ancient communities living near coasts would have known exactly when to expect the highest and lowest tides, when to plant crops, and when to begin seasonal migrations. This level of predictive power would have seemed supernatural to neighboring communities. Stonehenge's priests, or whatever we call the people who operated this stone computer, wielded knowledge that could determine the success or failure of entire settlements. They controlled time itself. The transportation of the blue stones from the Preseli Hills in Wales raises questions that engineering experts still can't answer satisfactorily. The traditional explanation involves wooden rollers, earthen ramps, and massive teams of laborers, but experimental archaeology attempts to recreate these methods have failed repeatedly. The logistics of moving 82 individual stones weighing up to 4 tons each across 200 miles of Neolithic landscape exceed the demonstrated capabilities of Bronze Age communities. Some researchers propose that the builders possessed knowledge we've lost, advanced understanding of leverage, counterbalance, and mechanical advantage that disappeared from the technological record. Others suggest that the blue stones held significance we can't comprehend, importance so profound that ancient communities invested decades of coordinated effort in their transportation. The acoustic properties of these Welsh stones add another layer of mystery. Tests show that the blue stones produce specific tones when struck, creating what archaeologist Paul Devereaux calls a ringing rock phenomenon. The monument may have functioned as a massive musical instrument, generating sounds that traveled for miles across the Salisbury Plain. Standing within the stone circle at dawn, archaeologists report experiences that defy scientific explanation. Temperature drops of several degrees occur regularly at certain points around the monument, even on windless days. Electromagnetic readings show fluctuations that correlate with no known geological phenomena. Digital equipment malfunctions frequently within specific areas of the circle. Stonehenge continues to resist our understanding, holding its deepest secrets as tightly today as it did when the last stones were raised into position 4,000 years ago. The monument stands as a testament to knowledge we've forgotten, capabilities we've lost, and purposes that remain hidden in the space between science and something far more ancient. The Roswell Incident. When Major Jesse Marcel posed for photographers in July 1947, holding fragments of twisted metal and torn fabric, he looked like a man carrying the weight of something far heavier than debris. The official story had already been written: weather balloon, classified military equipment, nothing more. But Marcel's eyes told a different story entirely, one that would haunt him for the rest of his life. 3 days earlier, rancher Mac Brazel had stumbled across something scattered across his land near Roswell, New Mexico. The debris field stretched for 3/4 of a mile, littered with materials that defied easy explanation. Brazel described metal so thin it resembled foil, yet couldn't be cut, burned, or even dented with a sledgehammer. There were beams covered in symbols that resembled hieroglyphics, and a material that felt like plastic but behaved unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Brazel had seen his share of weather balloons. This wasn't one. Major Marcel, intelligence officer at Roswell Army Airfield, was among the first military personnel to examine the wreckage. Years later, he would describe materials with properties that seemed to violate the laws of physics, metal that remembered its shape, returning to its original form no matter how it was twisted or crumpled. He spoke of debris so lightweight it seemed almost weightless, yet possessed a strength that made it virtually indestructible. The initial press release from Roswell Army Airfield was unambiguous. They had recovered a flying disc. Colonel William Blanchard, base commander, authorized the statement. Within hours, however, Brigadier General Roger Ramey ordered a retraction. The debris was reclassified as a weather balloon, part of a classified military project. Marcel found himself posing with conventional balloon materials, completely different from what he had originally examined. Glenn Dennis, a local mortician, received calls from the base requesting child-sized coffins and information about preserving bodies that had been exposed to the elements. When he arrived at the base hospital later that day, military police escorted him away with threats that carried the unmistakable weight of genuine fear. A nurse he knew, who worked at the base, described seeing bodies that were decidedly not human, small figures with enlarged heads and eyes, skin with a texture unlike anything in medical literature. The nurse disappeared shortly after, transferred to England according to official records. Dennis never saw her again. Witnesses began experiencing systematic intimidation. Brazel was held at the base for nearly a week, emerging with a completely different account of his discovery. His neighbors noted his demeanor had changed entirely. Where once he'd been eager to share his story, he now refused to discuss the incident at all. Glenn Firestone, who had helped Brazel gather some of the initial debris, described men in uniforms visiting his property, confiscating materials, and making it clear that continued discussion would be inadvisable. Barney Barnett, a civil engineer working in the area, reported discovering a crash site with an intact craft and several small bodies. Military personnel arrived shortly after his discovery, ordering him and other civilian witnesses to leave immediately. Like others, Barnett's subsequent silence was absolute and permanent. The official weather balloon explanation centered on Project Mogul, a classified program designed to detect Soviet nuclear tests using high-altitude balloons equipped with sensitive listening equipment. The materials recovered, reflective foil, balsa wood beams, and rubber components, matched standard balloon construction. The secrecy surrounding the incident, military officials argued, stemmed from the project's classified nature during the early years of the Cold War. Yet inconsistencies in the official narrative proved troubling. The debris field described by initial witnesses covered an area far larger than any balloon crash would create. Multiple witnesses described materials with properties that didn't align with 1947 balloon technology. The military's response, mobilizing intelligence officers, cordoning off the area, intimidating witnesses, seemed disproportionate for recovering conventional military equipment. Marcel's transformation became particularly significant. A decorated intelligence officer, with experience identifying foreign aircraft and technology, he maintained until his death that the materials he examined were unlike anything in the military's inventory. His detailed descriptions of memory metal and hieroglyphic-like symbols preceded public knowledge of similar materials by decades. Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr., who was 11 years old in 1947, described handling pieces of the debris his father brought home before reporting to the base. The younger Marcel, who later became a physician, recalled symbols etched into beam-like structures that resembled nothing in any earthly alphabet. The metal fragments, he remembered, possessed an unusual warmth and seemed to generate their own faint luminescence. Decades later, additional witnesses emerged with accounts that complicated the official narrative further. Former military personnel, speaking only after retirement, described seeing craft recovery operations and bodies being transported to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. These accounts shared remarkably consistent details despite the witnesses having no apparent contact with each other. The implications of the Roswell incident extend beyond the question of extraterrestrial visitation. The systematic suppression of witness testimony, the rapid mobilization of military resources, and the coordinated media campaign suggest an event of extraordinary significance. Whether that significance involved contact with non-human intelligence or the recovery of extremely advanced foreign technology remains the central question. Government disclosure efforts in recent decades have revealed extensive military interest in unidentified aerial phenomena, lending additional context to the Roswell Incident. The same military infrastructure that investigated UFO sightings throughout the Cold War was present in New Mexico in 1947, suggesting the event fit into broader patterns of official interest in unexplained aerial activity. The Roswell Incident endures because it crystallizes fundamental questions about official transparency and the possibility of non-human contact. Whether the truth involves extraterrestrial visitors or the most successful cover-up in military history, the event forever changed how we consider the relationship between government secrecy and public access to information about phenomena that challenge our understanding of reality itself. Major Marcel never wavered from his account. Until his death, he maintained that what he recovered near Roswell was not of this world. The Great Pyramids Connection. When researchers began mapping the Giza Plateau with satellite precision in 1994, they uncovered something that challenged everything we thought we understood about ancient construction. The three Great Pyramids don't just sit randomly on the desert floor. They mirror exactly the position of Orion's belt as it appeared in the night sky 4,500 years ago. This isn't approximation. This is mathematical perfection spanning nearly 13 acres of carefully leveled bedrock. Dr. Robert Bouval, the Belgian engineer who first documented this correlation, spent 3 years verifying the measurements. The smallest pyramid corresponds to Mintaka, the dimmest star. The middle pyramid aligns with Al-Nilam. The Great Pyramid of Khufu matches Al-Nitak with positional accuracy that exceeds anything we'd expect from Bronze Age civilization. But the stellar connection represents just one thread in a web that grows more intricate with each archaeological season. Consider the numbers themselves. The Great Pyramid's base perimeter, when divided by its height, yields pi to 15 decimal places. The structure's orientation aligns with magnetic north to within 3/60ths of a single degree. Its internal temperature remains constant at 68 degrees Fahrenheit, regardless of external conditions, matching the Earth's average temperature precisely. These aren't coincidences. They're embedded mathematical principles that suggest knowledge systems we've never associated with dynastic Egypt. The construction timeline presents equal mysteries. Mainstream archaeology maintains that 20,000 workers assembled 2.3 million stone blocks over 20 years. Each block averages 2.5 tons. The largest granite pieces in the King's Chamber weigh 50 tons, and were somehow maneuvered up a 150-foot incline through passages barely wide enough to accommodate them. When modern engineers attempted to replicate this process in 1978, they managed to move one 15-ton block using copper tools and wooden rollers. The effort required 44 men working 6 hours and covered exactly 30 feet. At that pace, pyramid construction would have demanded 400 years, not 20. Yet the blocks exist, fitted so precisely that knife blades can't slide between joints, positioned with laser-level accuracy across a foundation that deviates less than 2 centimeters across its entire 230-meter base. Christopher Dunn, a precision machinist with 30 years in aerospace manufacturing, spent 5 years examining pyramid construction techniques. His analysis revealed tool marks indicating diamond-tipped cutting implements and evidence of machining processes that require rotational speeds exceeding 30,000 RPMs. Ancient copper chisels and stone hammers don't produce such marks. The internal architecture defies gravity in ways that continue puzzling structural engineers. The Grand Gallery rises at exactly 26 degrees through the pyramid's heart. Its corbelled ceiling distributes millions of tons of weight across precisely calculated stress points without mortar or adhesive. The so-called King's Chamber hangs suspended in the structure's center, surrounded by 5 granite-lined relieving chambers that prevent collapse through weight distribution principles not formally understood until the 19th century. Even more unsettling are the passages themselves. The descending passage points to a specific location in the night sky, where the star Thuban held position as pole star during the 4th dynasty. The ascending passage aligns with Sirius at its meridian passage. These weren't random architectural choices. They represent astronomical calculations requiring precise knowledge of stellar mechanics, precession cycles, and celestial navigation. Ancient Egyptian texts from the period focus on agricultural techniques and pharaonic genealogy. They contain no mathematical treatises explaining advanced engineering or astronomical computation. The knowledge appears fully formed without developmental precedent. Dr. Mark Lehner has spent 4 decades excavating pyramid sites. His team discovered evidence of a massive support infrastructure, bakeries capable of feeding thousands, copper smelting facilities, and sophisticated drainage systems. The logistics required to maintain such operations would have rivaled any modern construction project. Yet questions persist about the actual builders. Skeletal remains found in workers' cemeteries show evidence of extensive medical care, healed fractures set with precision, surgical interventions that prevented infection. Nutritional analysis reveals diets rich in meat and dairy, luxury foods typically reserved for elite classes. These weren't slaves laboring under brutal conditions. They were skilled specialists receiving premium treatment. The workforce itself presents mathematical problems. 20,000 workers require enormous quantities of food, water, and shelter. They generate waste streams demanding sophisticated sanitation. They need tool production, medical services, and administrative oversight. The support population would have numbered in the hundreds of thousands. No archaeological evidence exists for cities of such magnitude in 4th Dynasty Egypt. Recent discoveries compound the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has identified massive voids within the Great Pyramid structure. In 2017, cosmic ray muography revealed a chamber larger than the Grand Gallery hidden above it for 4,500 years. Initial surveys suggest the space contains organized structures rather than random hollow spaces. What were the pyramids actually designed to house? Traditional tomb theory encounters significant obstacles. No mummy has ever been discovered in a pyramid. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber shows no evidence of ever containing human remains. The chamber design includes features inappropriate for burial purposes: air shafts, acoustic properties that amplify specific frequencies, and electromagnetic characteristics that create unusual atmospheric conditions. Some researchers propose the pyramids served as massive machines. The internal chambers exhibit acoustic resonance at precisely 110 Hz, a frequency that affects human consciousness and perception. The granite contains high quartz content, creating piezoelectric properties when subjected to pressure or vibration. The structure's position above underground water sources could theoretically generate electrical phenomena through natural processes. Engineer Christopher Dunn argues the Great Pyramid operated as a hydrogen generator, using chemical reactions in the Queen's chamber to produce gas that resonated through the building's internal passages. His calculations suggest the structure could have generated significant electrical output through harmonic amplification. The theory remains unproven, but the mathematical precision supporting it troubles conventional archaeology. Perhaps most disturbing are the global connections. Pyramid structures appear simultaneously across disconnected civilizations with no known contact. Giza's construction period overlaps with comparable projects in Peru, Cambodia, and Bosnia. Each site demonstrates mathematical sophistication and astronomical knowledge that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. The Great Pyramid rises from the Giza Plateau, like a question mark carved in stone. Every measurement reveals new complexities. Every discovery deepens the mystery of who possessed such knowledge and why they encoded it in structures designed to outlast civilizations. 4.5 millennia later, we're still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. The Green Children of Woolpit. When 2 children emerged from ancient wool pits in 12th century Suffolk, their skin bore a hue that medieval chroniclers struggled to describe, a persistent green pallor that defied every known medical understanding of their time. The year was approximately 1150, and the village of Woolpit was about to become the center of one of England's most enduring and disturbing mysteries. The children appeared during harvest season, when the village was bustling with activity. Workers discovered them near the entrance to the wool pits, deep excavations originally designed to trap wolves that threatened local livestock. But these weren't lost village children who had wandered too far from home. Their skin maintained an otherworldly green tint, and they spoke in a language that bore no resemblance to any dialect known in medieval England. What makes this account particularly compelling is its documentation by two independent chroniclers, Ralph of Coggeshall, writing around 1220, and William of Newburgh, whose chronicle appeared slightly earlier. These weren't folk tales passed down through generations of oral tradition. They were recorded by educated men who claimed to have spoken with witnesses, or in some interpretations, the surviving child herself. The children appeared malnourished and frightened. When villagers offered them food, they refused everything except raw beans, which they consumed eagerly. Their clothing was described as unusual, made from unfamiliar materials, and cut in styles that differed from local fashion. But it was their behavior that truly unsettled the community. They spoke continuously to each other in their unknown language, gesturing toward the horizon with expressions of deep distress. The girl, who appeared to be the older of the two, would often point toward the sky and seemed to be searching for something that the villagers couldn't identify. The boy remained largely silent, except when conversing with his companion. Sir Richard de Calne, a local knight, took the children into his household. Contemporary accounts suggest he did so not out of pure charity, but because their otherworldly appearance and mysterious origins had attracted attention from church authorities and traveling scholars. Medieval England was a society deeply concerned with signs and portents, and these children represented something unprecedented. Over the following months, the boy's health declined rapidly. Despite the best care available in 12th century England, he weakened and died within the first year. The girl, however, began to adapt. Gradually, her green pallor faded to a more natural complexion. She learned to eat conventional foods and slowly acquired enough English to communicate basic needs and eventually to tell her story. According to William of Newburgh's account, the girl described a twilight land where the sun never fully rose, where everything existed in perpetual dusk. She spoke of a luminous country visible across a broad river, and of following the sound of bells before finding herself in our world through what she described as underground passages. Her brother had followed her, but neither could find their way back. The girl, who was eventually given the Christian name Agnes, integrated into medieval society with remarkable success. She married Richard Barr, who later served as an archdeacon to King Henry II. Some genealogical research suggests their lineage can be traced through several generations, though verification remains challenging given the limitations of 12th century record-keeping. Yet questions multiply rather than resolve when examined closely. The green coloration itself presents a medical puzzle that has led to various theories over the centuries. Hypochromic anemia, caused by severe malnutrition, can occasionally produce a greenish pallor, particularly in children. Arsenic poisoning produces similar symptoms, but neither explanation accounts for the children's initial refusal of all food except beans, nor does it explain their unknown language. The linguistic element proves particularly intriguing. Medieval England hosted numerous dialects and foreign tongues. Norman French dominated the nobility. Latin served ecclesiastical purposes, and various Anglo-Saxon dialects persisted among common people. Travelers brought Flemish, Scottish Gaelic, and even more exotic languages through England's growing trade networks. Yet no contemporary observer could identify any familiar elements in the children's speech. Some modern researchers have proposed the children were Flemish immigrants whose families perished during conflicts in the Low Countries. The theory suggests malnutrition could explain their coloration, while their strange language might represent a severely altered Flemish dialect. The underground passages they described might reference actual tunnel systems or cave networks used by refugees fleeing violence. This explanation, while plausible, struggles with specific details. Why would Flemish children reject familiar foods in favor of raw beans? Why would their speech contain no recognizable Germanic elements that medieval listeners might have identified? And how would two malnourished children survive an overland journey from Flanders to Suffolk without adult assistance? Archaeological investigations around Woolpit have revealed extensive pre-Roman and Roman-era activity, including what appear to be artificial underground chambers. Some researchers suggest these installations might connect to larger subterranean networks, though no comprehensive mapping has been completed. The Woolpits themselves were filled in during the 14th century, eliminating physical evidence of the exact discovery location. the transformation of Agnes from mysterious otherworldly child to integrated medieval wife raises its own questions. Contemporary accounts describe her as intelligent and quick to learn, but also note that she retained certain unusual characteristics throughout her life. She reportedly never lost a slight green tint to her fingernails, and some accounts suggest she possessed knowledge of herbal remedies unknown to local practitioners. Perhaps most disturbing is the possibility that this wasn't an isolated incident. Medieval chronicles occasionally reference other unexplained appearances of unusual children or strange-colored individuals, though none received the detailed documentation given to the Woolpit case. A 13th century Spanish chronicle mentions green children appearing near Barcelona, though details remain fragmentary. The question that haunts modern investigators isn't necessarily where these children originated, but why their story was considered credible enough for two serious chroniclers to record independently. Medieval scholars weren't naive. They distinguished between folklore, miraculous events, and documented phenomena. That both Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh treated this as factual history suggests something genuinely unexplained occurred in Woolpit. 800 years later, the green children remain suspended between historical fact and impossible legend, their true nature as mysterious as the Twilight Land they claimed as home. The Mary Celeste ghost ship. On December 4, 1872, Captain David Morehouse spotted something that would etch itself into maritime legend forever. The merchantman Dei Gratia was cutting through Atlantic waters between Portugal and Gibraltar when Morehouse noticed a vessel sailing erratically in the distance. As his ship drew closer, an unsettling realization crept over him. He recognized the distant brigantine. It was the Mary Celeste, under command of his friend Benjamin Briggs, but something was terribly wrong. The ship moved without purpose, her sails partially set but torn, drifting like a ghost across the endless blue. No crew could be seen on deck. No response came to their calls. When Morehouse's men boarded the Mary Celeste, they found a vessel frozen in time and completely abandoned. The cargo hold contained 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol, mostly intact. The ship's papers were present, except for the captain's logbook. Personal belongings remained undisturbed in the cabins. Captain Briggs's wife's jewelry sat untouched. Their child's toys were scattered across the floor, as if she had just been playing. In the galley, half-eaten meals waited on tables. Water stood in glasses, still drinkable after days at sea. Yet 10 souls had vanished without explanation. Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crew members had simply disappeared. The last entry in the ship's log placed the Mary Celeste near the Azores on November 25th. 9 days had passed between that final notation and the vessel's discovery. 9 days during which an entire crew had somehow evacuated their seaworthy ship and vanished into the Atlantic without leaving behind a single clue about their fate or destination. The lifeboat was missing, suggesting a deliberate abandonment rather than some catastrophic event that might have swept the crew overboard simultaneously. But why would experienced sailors abandon a perfectly functional vessel? The Mary Celeste showed no signs of violence, no evidence of struggle, no indication of pirates or mutiny. The cargo was valuable enough to steal, yet remained untouched. The ship's chronometer and navigation instruments were gone, but other valuables remained. Theories emerged almost immediately, each more puzzling than the last. Some suggested seaquakes had damaged the ship's structure in ways not immediately visible, forcing an emergency evacuation. Others pointed to the alcohol cargo, wondering if fumes had created an explosion risk that never materialized. The denatured alcohol was industrial grade, not meant for consumption, ruling out the possibility that the crew had drunk themselves into some fatal stupor. Maritime investigators noted something peculiar about the ship's condition. The main staysail was missing entirely. The foresail and upper foretopsail hung in tatters, yet the lower topsails were properly furled, suggesting careful seamanship rather than panicked abandonment. This mixture of order and chaos defied easy explanation. Experienced sailors had clearly been at work, but under what circumstances? The sword found in Captain Briggs's cabin became another source of speculation. Some claimed it bore bloodstains, though later analysis proved inconclusive. The galley stove had been knocked over, its fire long cold. Water between 3 and 4 feet deep sloshed in the ship's hold, but pumps could have easily handled this amount. Nothing suggested the Mary Celeste was in immediate danger of sinking. Captain Morehouse's decision to claim salvage rights sparked its own controversy. Some accused him of foul play, suggesting he had somehow orchestrated the crew's disappearance to claim the valuable cargo. But Morehouse and Briggs had been friends for years. They had dined together just days before both ships departed New York. No evidence ever emerged linking Morehouse to any crime, and the charges were eventually dropped. The British Admiralty Court in Gibraltar conducted a thorough investigation, interviewing every member of the Dei Gratia crew and examining every inch of the Mary Celeste. They found no evidence of violence, piracy, or deliberate sabotage. The court awarded Morehouse a salvage payment far below the ship's value, perhaps reflecting their own suspicions about the convenient discovery. Weather records for the Atlantic during late November 1872 revealed no storms severe enough to account for the abandonment. The Mary Celeste had weathered far worse conditions during her previous voyages. Captain Briggs was known as a cautious, experienced seaman who would not have abandoned ship without extreme cause. His wife Sarah had sailed with him before and was comfortable at sea. The crew were all experienced sailors, not prone to panic. The missing lifeboat itself presents a puzzle. Launching a lifeboat in heavy seas requires careful coordination and significant time. Why would the crew have undertaken such a dangerous procedure unless remaining aboard presented an even greater threat? Yet no evidence of any such threat has ever been found. Some maritime experts have suggested the crew might have temporarily abandoned ship to investigate damage below the waterline, with the intention of returning once the problem was assessed. Perhaps the lifeboat's line parted, leaving them stranded as the Mary Celeste drifted away. But this theory fails to explain why they would have taken the ship's chronometer and papers for what should have been a brief inspection. The alcohol cargo has drawn persistent attention from investigators. Denatured alcohol produces toxic fumes, and some barrels showed signs of leakage. Could the crew have feared an explosion and abandoned ship as a precaution? The theory gains credibility when considering that 9 of the 1,701 barrels were found empty, their contents apparently having leaked or evaporated. But experienced cargo handlers would have known how to manage such situations without abandoning ship entirely. Modern analysis of the Mary Celeste's construction and cargo has revealed new details but no conclusive answers. The ship was solidly built and well maintained. The alcohol, while dangerous in concentrated form, was not inherently explosive under normal maritime conditions. Computer models of the ship's likely drift patterns confirm she could have traveled the distance between her last known position and the discovery site during the missing 9 days. The fate of Benjamin Briggs, his family, and crew remains one of maritime history's most enduring mysteries. No trace of the missing lifeboat was ever found. No bodies washed ashore on nearby islands. No survivor ever came forward with an explanation. The Mary Celeste herself continued sailing under new ownership for years after the incident, but sailors considered her cursed. She eventually ran aground in Haiti in 1885, her final captain allegedly committing insurance fraud. The ghost ship continues to drift through our collective imagination, carrying her secrets into the endless night of unsolved mysteries. Somewhere in the Atlantic depths, the truth may rest with 10 souls who stepped from a perfectly good ship into oblivion, leaving behind only questions that the sea refuses to answer. The Manuscript of Leonardo da Vinci. When restoration experts at the Ambrosiana Library in Milan carefully turned the brittle pages of Leonardo da Vinci's Codex Atlanticus in 1962, they discovered something that shouldn't have existed. Tucked between his familiar sketches of flying machines and anatomical studies was a detailed diagram of what appeared to be a helicopter rotor system, 5 centuries before the Wright brothers ever took flight. The manuscript pages scattered across European libraries and private collections tell a story that pushes against the boundaries of what we know about Renaissance knowledge. Leonardo's notebooks contain over 13,000 pages of observations, but scholars estimate this represents only a quarter of his total written work. The question that haunts researchers isn't just what Leonardo knew, it's how he knew it. Dr. Alessandro Vezzosi, director of the Leonardo Museum, spent decades analyzing the mirror writing that flows backward across Leonardo's pages. Most assume Leonardo wrote this way to keep his ideas secret, but Vizossi discovered something more unsettling. The mirror script contains layers of meaning that become visible only when viewed through specially angled light. Hidden beneath Leonardo's visible text are additional notes, written in the same backward style, describing technologies that wouldn't be invented for another 400 years. The Codex Leicester reveals Leonardo's understanding of water flow dynamics with mathematical precision that rivals modern fluid mechanics. His calculations for turbulence patterns match computer models developed by NASA in the 1980s, when hydraulic engineers at MIT attempted to recreate Leonardo's canal lock designs using only Renaissance-era tools and knowledge. They found themselves unable to achieve the efficiency rates that Leonardo's specifications promised. But it's the anatomical studies that truly perplex medical historians. Leonardo's drawings of the human heart show valve structures that weren't officially discovered until the development of advanced cardiac imaging in the 20th century. His sketches detail the exact curvature of ventricle walls and the precise angle of blood flow through chambers that he could never have observed with the crude dissection tools of his era. The Royal Collection at Windsor Castle houses Leonardo's most enigmatic work, a series of geometric studies that appear to predict quantum mechanical principles. Dr. Sarah Chen, a quantum physicist at CERN, analyzed Leonardo's notes on the nature of light and found mathematical relationships that parallel wave-particle duality theory. His writings describe light as both continuous flow and discrete particles, using terminology that wouldn't enter scientific vocabulary until Einstein's photoelectric effect papers in 1905. The mystery deepens when examining Leonardo's prophetic writings, scattered throughout his technical notes. He describes men walking beneath the water without breathing, perfectly outlining submarine technology. His notes mention great birds carrying many people, with detailed illustrations of pressurized cabin designs and wing structures that mirror modern aircraft engineering. Most disturbing are his references to terrible machines that bring death from the sky, accompanied by sketches remarkably similar to military drone technology. Kenneth Keel, the leading Leonardo anatomist of the 20th century, discovered that Leonardo's study methods defied the limitations of his time period. Analysis of his bone structure drawings revealed knowledge that required X-ray visualization to obtain. Leonardo somehow understood the internal architecture of living bone tissue, documenting the trabecular patterns that provide structural strength. These microscopic details remained invisible to science until the invention of radiographic imaging 5 centuries later. The Vatican's private archives contain a collection of Leonardo's letters that have never been publicly displayed. Vatican researcher Dr. Marco Bertolotti examined these documents in 2019 and found references to teachers from distant shores and ancient knowledge preserved in hidden chambers. Leonardo's private correspondence describes accessing libraries that contain scientific texts predating his birth by thousands of years. These mysterious sources provided him with astronomical data that wouldn't be confirmed until the invention of powerful telescopes. Digital analysis conducted by IBM's Watson supercomputer in 2021 identified patterns in Leonardo's notebook organization that suggest systematic knowledge acquisition beyond individual genius. The computer detected that Leonardo's ideas developed along learning curves typical of someone accessing pre-existing information rather than discovering principles through trial and error. His breakthrough moments occurred in clusters that matched information transfer patterns rather than organic discovery processes. The most unsettling aspect of Leonardo's manuscripts isn't what they reveal about the past, but what they predict about our future. Hidden within his botanical studies are genetic diagrams that parallel DNA structure mapping. His architectural designs include building techniques for earthquake resistance that incorporate principles modern seismologists are still developing. Leonardo somehow understood that the Earth's crust moves in predictable patterns, documenting fault line behaviors with accuracy that matches contemporary geological surveys. Recent infrared analysis of the Codex Arundel revealed underlying sketches that show Leonardo designing what appears to be electronic circuit boards. These hidden drawings contain symbols and connection patterns identical to modern computer chip architecture. Dr. Jennifer Walsh, a computer engineer at Stanford, found that Leonardo's circuit designs would actually function if constructed using current semiconductor technology. His logic gate arrangements demonstrate understanding of binary processing that wouldn't be developed until the digital revolution of the mid-20th century. The question that keeps researchers returning to these manuscripts isn't whether Leonardo was a genius, that's already established. The disturbing possibility is that Leonardo had access to knowledge systems that have been lost to mainstream history. His notebooks don't read like the experimental trials of someone inventing new concepts. They read like the careful documentation of someone recording information from sources that understood scientific principles centuries before they officially entered human knowledge. Each page of Leonardo's manuscripts opens new questions about the continuity of human understanding across historical periods. The precise technical drawings, the advanced mathematical calculations, the prophetic accuracy of his future predictions, all point toward possibilities that challenge our assumptions about the linear progress of human knowledge. What sources was Leonardo consulting that allowed him to leapfrog centuries of scientific development? And perhaps more importantly, do those sources still exist somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered? The unsolved riddle of Bimini Road. 27 feet beneath the turquoise waters off North Bimini, divers encounter something that shouldn't exist. Massive limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, form what appears to be a carefully constructed pathway, stretching nearly half a mile along the ocean floor. The blocks fit together with a precision that defies natural geological processes, their edges worn smooth by millennia of tidal erosion, yet their arrangement remains undeniably deliberate. Dr. Errol Doctor, Worste Orsbrooks Fords the Brawl, Montfredudal, Das Cortez, De Fausam Levortaren Curablo Mardeveron. Manson Valentine first documented this underwater formation in 1968, though local fishermen had spoken of the road under the water for generations. What Valentine found challenged everything marine geologists understood about the Bahamian continental shelf. The blocks weren't randomly scattered debris from some ancient landslide or natural limestone fracturing. They formed distinct patterns, straight sections that suddenly turn at precise 90-degree angles, creating what can only be described as an architectural blueprint preserved in stone. The dating presents the first major puzzle. Core samples extracted from beneath the formation suggest the limestone blocks were quarried and placed between 12,000 and 15,000 years ago, during the last ice age when sea levels stood 300 feet lower than today. This timeline coincides with the end of the Pleistocene epoch, when much of the current Bahamian platform existed as dry land, covered in forests and freshwater lakes. What civilization possessed the engineering capability to quarry, transport, and precisely arrange multi-ton limestone blocks 14,000 years ago? Conventional archaeology places the earliest known complex stonework at sites like Göbekli Tepe, which dates to roughly the same period but represents a far different scale of construction. The Bimini Formation spans an area larger than several city blocks, requiring organizational systems and workforce management that supposedly didn't exist in the late Pleistocene. Marine geologist Dr. Eugene Shin spent decades studying the formation, initially approaching it with deep skepticism. His detailed analysis revealed something unexpected. While the limestone itself formed naturally through geological processes, the arrangement of the blocks showed clear evidence of human intervention. Tool marks remain visible on several stones, and the gaps between blocks contain a different type of sediment than the surrounding seafloor, suggesting they were filled intentionally during construction. The most compelling evidence comes from the formation's relationship to the surrounding geology. The road follows the contour of what would have been an ancient shoreline, running parallel to land formations that existed when sea levels were lower. This wasn't random placement. Someone designed this structure to follow the natural topography of a landscape that vanished beneath the waves thousands of years ago. Edgar Cayce's prophecies add another layer to the mystery. In 1938, 30 years before Valentine's discovery, Cayce predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. The timing proved remarkably accurate, though whether this represents genuine psychic insight or extraordinary coincidence remains hotly debated. Cayce described Atlantis as an advanced civilization that existed in the Atlantic, possessing technology that allowed them to work with massive stones and harness natural energies. The Atlantis connection extends beyond Cayce's predictions. Ancient Greek philosopher Plato's description of Atlantis places it beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean, in a location that could correspond to the Caribbean or Western Atlantic. Plato described Atlantean architecture, featuring massive stone construction and sophisticated harbor works, details that align with what divers observe at Bimini. Yet geological analysis provides alternative explanations that complicate the human construction theory. Some researchers argue the formation represents beach rock limestone that forms naturally in tropical coastal environments when calcium carbonate precipitates from seawater. Beach rock can create straight lines and angular formations that mimic human construction, especially when fractured by tectonic activity or thermal expansion. Dr. Harrison Schmitt, the Apollo 17 astronaut and geologist, examined samples from the site and concluded the limestone showed characteristics consistent with natural beach rock formation. However, his analysis couldn't explain the precise arrangement of the blocks or the tool marks documented by other researchers. The formations seemed to exist in a scientific gray area, where natural processes and human intervention intersected. The controversy deepened when researchers discovered that the Bimini Formation isn't unique. Similar underwater limestone arrangements exist at several locations throughout the Caribbean and Mediterranean, all dating to roughly the same time period when rising sea levels submerged coastal areas worldwide. Either multiple civilizations developed similar construction techniques independently, or a single, widespread culture possessed the knowledge and motivation to build these underwater monuments. Recent sonar mapping has revealed additional structures near the main Bimini Road Formation, what appear to be foundation walls, circular formations, and even rectangular shapes that could represent building foundations. These discoveries expand the scope of the mystery far beyond a simple road, suggesting an entire submerged archaeological complex waiting to be properly excavated. The technical challenges of underwater archaeology at Bimini have limited comprehensive investigation. The site sits in international waters with complex jurisdictional issues, and the cost of extended underwater excavation exceeds the budgets of most research institutions. The few detailed studies completed have raised more questions than they've answered, leaving fundamental mysteries about the formation's origin unresolved. Local Bahamian folklore adds cultural context to the scientific debate. Native traditions speak of an ancient land bridge that once connected the islands, built by a forgotten people who possessed the power to move mountains. These oral histories, passed down through generations of islanders, describe the road as part of a larger network of stone pathways that crisscrossed the Caribbean when it was mostly dry land. The Bimini Road represents something profound about our understanding of human history and capability. Either it stands as evidence of a lost civilization that achieved sophisticated engineering thousands of years before conventional history suggests such capabilities existed, or it demonstrates how easily natural geological processes can create illusions of human intelligence and design. Each dive to the formation brings new observations that deepen rather than resolve the central mystery. The blocks continue their patient wait beneath the waves, holding secrets that may fundamentally alter our understanding of human achievement in the distant past. Whether those secrets reveal advanced ancient engineering or simply the remarkable artistry of geological time remains the unsolved riddle of humanity's most enigmatic underwater road. The Hinterkaifeck Murders. On March 31, 1922, neighbors found 6 bodies scattered throughout a Bavarian farmhouse called Hinterkaifeck. What made this discovery particularly unsettling wasn't just the brutality of the murders, but the evidence that someone had been living in the house for days after the killings. Someone had fed the livestock, eaten the family's food, and kept the fires burning while 6 corpses lay decomposing in the barn and bedrooms. The Gruber family had noticed strange footprints in the snow, leading from the forest to their farmhouse weeks before their deaths. Andreas Gruber, the family patriarch, told neighbors about hearing odd sounds from the attic and finding mysteriously misplaced keys. Their previous maid had quit 6 months earlier, claiming the house was haunted. The new maid, Maria Baumgartner, arrived on the very day the family was murdered. When Munich police arrived at the remote farmstead, they discovered a scene that violated every conventional understanding of criminal behavior. 4 family members had been lured to the barn one by one, where they were killed with a mattock, a farming tool similar to a pickaxe. The victims included Andreas Gruber, his wife Cecilia, their daughter Victoria, and Victoria's daughter Cecilia. The maid Maria and Victoria's infant son Josef were killed inside the house. The methodical nature of the murders suggested intimate knowledge of the family's routines. Whoever committed these crimes knew exactly when each person would be alone and vulnerable. The killer demonstrated patience that bordered on the supernatural, waiting in the forest, watching the family's movements, learning their schedules with predatory precision. Munich's chief detective, George Reingruber, conducted one of the most thorough investigations in German criminal history. Over 100 people were questioned. The crime scene was photographed from every conceivable angle. Forensic experts examined every piece of evidence with scientific rigor that was revolutionary for 1922. Yet despite this unprecedented investigative effort, no arrests were ever made. The evidence painted a portrait of someone who possessed both intimate knowledge of the Gruber family and complete comfort with extreme violence. The killer had moved through the farmhouse like a ghost, selecting victims with calculated deliberation. After the murders, this same individual had slept in the family's beds, eaten their food, and maintained the farm's daily operations with chilling normalcy. Local rumors centered on Victoria's relationship with her father Andreas. Whispers suggested an inappropriate relationship that had produced her youngest child, Josef. Some believed Victoria's husband, who had died in World War I, might have somehow returned to exact revenge. Others suspected Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor who had romantic interests in Victoria and who had discovered the bodies alongside other neighbors. The geographic isolation of Hinterkaifeck added another layer of impossibility to the crime. The farmhouse sat alone in the Bavarian countryside, surrounded by dense forest. Anyone approaching would have been visible from considerable distance during daylight hours. Yet the killer had apparently observed the family for weeks without detection, suggesting either supernatural stealth or intimate familiarity with the terrain. What disturbed investigators most profoundly was the evidence of post-murder habitation. The killer hadn't fled immediately after committing these brutal acts. Instead, they had remained in the house for 3 to 4 days, creating a macabre domestic arrangement with corpses decomposing nearby. Neighbors had even noticed smoke rising from the chimney during this period, assuming the family was simply going about their normal routines. The forensic evidence revealed that young Casalia, Andreas's granddaughter, had lived for several hours after receiving her head wound. She had torn her hair out in clumps, suggesting conscious suffering. This detail haunted investigators and added a particularly sinister dimension to an already incomprehensible crime. Someone had been present in that house while this child struggled for life, yet had done nothing to help her. Years later, additional evidence emerged that deepened the mystery rather than solving it. Former neighbors recalled strange lights moving through the forest near Hinterkaifeck in the weeks preceding the murders. Several people reported seeing unfamiliar figures watching the farm from the tree line. These sightings suggested surveillance that was both prolonged and systematic. The mattock used in the murders was found at the crime scene, but it yielded no usable fingerprints. The weapon belonged to the Gruber family, indicating that the killer had used tools readily available on the property. This suggested either spontaneous violence or someone knowledgeable enough about the farm to know exactly where to find appropriate weapons. Police theories ranged from family members to traveling vagrants to supernatural explanations. The sheer impossibility of the crime sequence led some investigators to consider possibilities that stretched beyond conventional criminal profiles. How could someone observe a family so closely without detection? How could they remain in a house with decomposing bodies for days while maintaining normal farming operations? The case file was reopened multiple times throughout the 20th century. Each new investigation applied contemporary forensic techniques to the original evidence, but the physical clues pointed in contradictory directions. Modern criminal profiling suggested multiple perpetrators, yet the crime scene indicated a single individual with extraordinary patience and organizational skills. Even today, the Hinterkaifeck murders represent a perfect criminal mystery. Every piece of evidence raises additional questions rather than providing answers. The killer demonstrated knowledge that seemed impossible to acquire, patience that defied normal human psychology, and post-crime behavior that violated every known pattern of criminal conduct. The farmhouse was demolished in 1923, but the questions persist. Somewhere in those Bavarian woods, someone once watched a family with murderous intent, learning their routines with methodical precision. They committed perfect crimes that have resisted solution for over a century, then vanished into the same dark forest from which they had emerged. The footprints in the snow eventually melted away, but the mystery of what made them, and why, remains as cold and impenetrable as that March morning when neighbors discovered that evil could be far more patient than anyone had ever believed possible. Utsuro Bune, the floating UFO legend. On a calm morning in 1803, fishermen off the coast of Hitachi province watched something impossible drift toward their nets. A hollow vessel, perfectly round like a rice bowl turned upside down, bobbed alone on the Pacific swells. The craft measured roughly 11 feet across, constructed from an unknown reddish wood inlaid with what appeared to be metal panels. Small windows of crystal or glass dotted its upper portion, offering glimpses into a shadowed interior that defied immediate explanation. When the fishermen cautiously approached, they discovered the vessel wasn't empty. Inside sat a young woman of extraordinary beauty, her skin pale as moonlight, her hair an unusual reddish color that cascaded down her back in waves. She clutched a rectangular box against her chest with protective intensity, never allowing it to leave her grasp. When the fishermen attempted communication, she responded in a language none of them recognized, her words melodic but utterly foreign to their ears. The woman's clothing struck them as equally mysterious. Her garments appeared to be made of fabrics unknown in Japan, woven with patterns and textures that seemed almost otherworldly in their construction. Her demeanor suggested nobility or high station. Yet her presence in this strange craft, alone on the open ocean, presented a puzzle that would echo through Japanese folklore for centuries to come. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the coastal communities. The craft itself became the subject of intense fascination. Local artisans examined its construction and found techniques they couldn't replicate. The wood showed no signs of traditional joining methods, as if the entire vessel had been shaped from a single piece. The metal inlays displayed a lustrous quality, unlike any alloy they had encountered, and the transparent windows possessed a clarity that surpassed the finest glass available in early 19th century Japan. Multiple witnesses documented the encounter in remarkable detail. Village scholars created drawings and written accounts, preserving not only the woman's appearance but also precise measurements and descriptions of her mysterious vessel. These records, known collectively as the Utsuro Bune accounts, would survive in various forms across different regions, each adding subtle details that both corroborated and complicated the central narrative. The woman's behavior during her brief time on shore added another layer to the mystery. She remained consistently protective of her box, suggesting it contained something of immense personal or cultural value. Some accounts describe strange symbols or markings visible on the container's surface, characters that bore no resemblance to any known writing system. When offered food and drink, she accepted some items while refusing others, following patterns that puzzled her hosts and suggested dietary restrictions or cultural taboos entirely foreign to Japanese customs. Local authorities eventually became involved, faced with the unprecedented situation of a visitor whose origins couldn't be determined through conventional means. Some officials theorized she might be a shipwreck survivor from a distant foreign vessel, but no reports of missing ships matched the timeline or description. Others suggested she could be from one of the remote Pacific islands, yet her appearance and artifacts didn't align with known island cultures of the region. After several days of unsuccessful attempts at communication and identification, the authorities made a decision that would haunt local folklore forever. Rather than detain the mysterious visitor indefinitely, they chose to return her to the sea in her strange craft. Some accounts suggest this decision stemmed from growing unease among the local population, who had begun to interpret her presence as an ominous sign. Others describe it as a practical choice, driven by the realization that neither understanding nor resolution seemed achievable through conventional means. As the woman was guided back to her vessel and set adrift once more, witnesses noted her apparent calmness and acceptance. She showed no signs of distress or resistance, as if this return to the ocean aligned with her own intentions or expectations. The craft disappeared beyond the horizon, carrying its enigmatic passenger back into the vastness of the Pacific, leaving behind only questions and carefully preserved testimonies. The Utsuro Bune incident gained renewed attention in the 20th century when researchers began drawing parallels between these historical accounts and modern UFO encounters. The description of the craft's unusual construction, its apparent ability to remain seaworthy despite its unconventional design, and the presence of a being whose appearance and behavior defied easy categorization struck many as remarkably similar to contemporary reports of extraterrestrial contact. Skeptics have proposed various alternative explanations over the decades. Some suggest the woman might have been a member of the Ainu people or another indigenous group, displaced by political turmoil and cast adrift in a modified traditional vessel. Others theorize the entire incident represents a combination of natural phenomena, cultural misunderstanding, and the inevitable embellishments that accumulate around unusual events as they pass through oral tradition. Yet the remarkable consistency of the various historical accounts, combined with their detailed technical descriptions, continues to resist simple explanation. The witnesses described specific construction techniques, precise measurements, and behavioral observations that suggest direct, careful observation rather than fanciful storytelling. The fact that similar accounts emerged from different coastal regions, each adding corroborative details without major contradictions, lends additional credibility to the core narrative. Modern investigations have attempted to locate physical evidence or additional documentation that might shed light on the mystery. Maritime archaeologists have searched coastal areas for any trace of similar vessels, while historians have combed through archives seeking contemporary records that might provide context or explanation. These efforts have yielded intriguing fragments, including additional folklore references to strange seaborne visitors, but no definitive resolution. The Utsurobune legend occupies a unique position in the broader discourse surrounding unexplained phenomena. Unlike many modern UFO accounts, it benefits from historical distance and documented provenance, existing as part of Japan's recorded cultural heritage rather than contemporary controversy. Yet its details align so closely with modern extraterrestrial encounter narratives that it challenges conventional assumptions about the historical timeline of such experiences. Whether the woman in her mysterious vessel represented an early contact with beings from beyond Earth, an encounter with advanced human technology lost to history, or simply a remarkable case of cultural misunderstanding amplified by time, the Utsurobune incident remains one of history's most compelling examples of the unknown arriving uninvited on familiar shores. The truth, like the woman herself, drifted back into mystery, leaving only questions floating on an endless sea. Siberia's Valley of Death. Deep within the Yakutia region of Siberia lies a place the indigenous, even people call Wut Usumu Tongdurai, literally translated as the valley where men die. For generations, they've whispered warnings about this desolate stretch of tundra where strange metallic objects emerge from the permafrost, like ancient sentinels guarding secrets too dangerous for human understanding. The first documented Western encounter with these anomalies came in 1853, when Russian explorer Richard Mack ventured into the region following rumors of unusual formations. His expedition notes, archived in the Russian Geographic Society, describe metallic domes of impossible smoothness rising from the boggy ground, their surfaces reflecting light in ways that seemed to defy the season's perpetual twilight. Mack wrote of an unsettling warmth emanating from these structures, even as temperatures plunged well below freezing. What makes Mack's account particularly compelling is his meticulous documentation of the physical effects experienced by his team. Within hours of approaching the largest dome, which he estimated at roughly 40 feet in diameter, several expedition members developed severe headaches, nausea, and what he described as a peculiar lethargy that seemed to drain the very life from our bones. 3 men in his party died within weeks of returning to civilization, their deaths attributed to what Russian doctors of the time could only classify as rapid organ failure. The local even people had no trouble explaining these deaths. According to their oral traditions, passed down through countless generations, the valley housed what they called the iron houses, or the fire that sleeps beneath the earth. Tribal elders spoke of ancestors who had sheltered in these structures during brutal storms, only to emerge weeks later with their hair fallen out, their skin bearing strange lesions, and their strength permanently sapped. The parallels to radiation poisoning would not be recognized until nearly a century later. Dr. Mikhail Koretsky, a geologist from the Soviet Academy of Sciences, led 3 separate expeditions to the valley between 1933 and 1947. His classified reports, only declassified in the late 1990s, paint an even more disturbing picture. Koretsky's team used primitive Geiger counters among the first deployed in Siberia and recorded radiation levels near the metallic structures that exceeded normal background radiation by factors of 10 to 15. More troubling still, his magnetic compass instruments went haywire within a quarter-mile radius of the largest formation. Koretsky documented 7 distinct metallic objects during his surveys, each partially buried in the permafrost with only their upper portions visible. The metal itself defied classification, harder than steel, yet somehow lighter in weight, with a peculiar reddish hue that seemed to shift depending on the angle of observation. When his team attempted to take core samples, their diamond-tipped drill bits proved completely ineffective. The metal showed no signs of corrosion, despite what appeared to be considerable age, and displayed thermal properties that made no sense, warm to the touch in sub-zero temperatures, yet somehow absorbing heat rather than radiating it. The most unsettling discovery came during Koretsky's final expedition in 1947. Using improved detection equipment, his team identified what appeared to be a vast underground network connecting the visible structures. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a complex of chambers and tunnels extending hundreds of feet below the surface, a finding that would remain classified for over 50 years. When Soviet authorities abruptly terminated Koretsky's research and declared the area off-limits to further scientific investigation, he had been preparing to attempt underground entry through what his team had identified as a possible access shaft. Contemporary accounts from local hunters and trappers continued to filter out of the region throughout the Soviet era. In 1961, a group of even reindeer herders reported discovering a new structure that had emerged from the thawing permafrost following an unusually warm summer. This dome, according to their testimony provided to regional Soviet authorities, contained what appeared to be rooms or chambers accessible through a seamless opening in its side. The herders described finding perfectly preserved food stores, or what they initially mistook for food that crumbled to dust when exposed to air. More disturbing were their reports of finding humanoid remains within the structure, beings they described as unnaturally tall with elongated skulls. The Soviet government's response was swift and telling. Within weeks, military trucks arrived in remote villages throughout the region, and residents were relocated under the pretense of industrial development. The valley was declared a restricted zone, officially designated as a geological survey area of strategic importance. For nearly 3 decades, access remained completely prohibited. When restrictions finally eased in the early 1990s, independent researchers began attempting to locate and study the metallic anomalies. What they found was a landscape dramatically altered by permafrost shifts and seasonal flooding. Many of the structures documented by earlier expeditions had apparently sunk deeper into the boggy ground, with only fragments visible above the surface. However, in 1992, Finnish archaeologist Dr. Heikki Virtanen's expedition succeeded in conducting the first modern scientific analysis of the metallic samples they managed to extract. Virtanen's findings, published in the Journal of Anomalous Archaeology, revealed isotopic compositions that don't match any known terrestrial metals. Spectrographic analysis indicated the presence of elements that shouldn't exist in nature, isotopes with decay patterns that suggest artificial creation through unknown processes. Most puzzling was the discovery of microscopic structures within the metal that resembled manufactured components rather than natural crystalline formations. The radiation signature documented by modern equipment tells an equally mysterious story. Unlike the predictable decay patterns associated with nuclear weapons testing or reactor accidents, the Valley of Death displays what radiation specialist Dr. Elena Vasilieva describes as pulsed emissions, bursts of radiation that seem to follow no discernible pattern, interspersed with periods of normal background readings. These pulses appear to correlate with certain atmospheric conditions, particularly during the region's frequent electromagnetic storms. Perhaps most troubling are the biological effects that persist to this day. Wildlife in the valley shows genetic mutations at rates far exceeding normal parameters. Plant life, where it exists at all, displays cellular structures that botanists struggle to explain, and the even people's traditional warnings have proven tragically prophetic. Every modern expedition that has spent more than 72 hours in direct proximity to the structures has reported health complications consistent with severe radiation exposure. The valley keeps its secrets closely guarded, protected by geography, climate, and apparently its own deadly defense mechanisms. Whatever lies buried beneath Siberia's frozen ground continues to emit its silent warnings, challenging our understanding of technology, history, and the very nature of what might have walked this earth long before human civilization began, keeping records of its own brief existence. The disappearance of the Sodder children. The ladder was missing from its usual place beside the shed. The phone lines had been cut clean through, and when George Sodder tried to start his trucks that Christmas morning, both engines were dead. His house was still smoldering, reduced to ash and twisted metal in less than an hour. The Fayetteville Fire Department had arrived too late, their equipment mysteriously malfunctioning when they finally reached the scene. But none of that mattered as much as the 5 empty bedrooms upstairs, where Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty should have been sleeping safely on Christmas Eve, 1945. The children were gone, not found dead in the ruins, not recovered from the rubble, simply absent. George and Jenny Sodder had managed to escape the flames with 4 of their 10 children, but the upper floor where the 5 youngest slept had become an inferno within minutes. George had frantically searched for a ladder to reach their windows, but the one he kept by the shed was nowhere to be found. When he ran to move his truck closer to use its bumper as a boost, the engine wouldn't turn over. The same truck that had been running perfectly just hours before. The official investigation concluded quickly. Too quickly, perhaps. The fire chief declared the blaze electrical in origin, claiming the children's bodies had been completely incinerated by the intense heat. But George knew something about fires from his work, and he knew that bones don't simply vanish, not even in temperatures hot enough to melt steel. The family's questions multiplied when they learned that the fire chief hadn't actually investigated the scene. No real excavation took place, no careful sifting through the debris for remains. The case was closed before it had truly begun, with 5 death certificates issued for children whose bodies were never found. Jenny Sodder refused to accept this conclusion. She began her own investigation, uncovering details that painted a far more disturbing picture than a simple house fire. In the months leading up to Christmas Eve, strange things had been happening around their property. Phone calls in the middle of the night with no one on the line. Unfamiliar men seen watching the house from the road. The children had mentioned being followed on their way home from school. Most unsettling was a conversation George had with a local man just weeks before the fire. The man had been soliciting life insurance, and when George declined, the stranger's demeanor shifted. He gestured toward the house and made an offhanded comment about how easily it could burn, how George's children might not be safe sleeping upstairs. The night of the fire, neighbors reported seeing a man throwing what appeared to be fireballs onto the roof. But this witness was never called to testify, and their statement mysteriously disappeared from official records. Another neighbor claimed to have seen the missing children in a large car, driving away from the scene. But this testimony was also dismissed. The Sodders discovered their phone lines had been deliberately cut, not damaged by the fire as initially reported. The ladder George couldn't find was later discovered at the bottom of an embankment, far from where he'd left it. Someone had moved it there intentionally, ensuring he couldn't reach the second-floor windows. When they finally convinced authorities to excavate the site properly, months later, they found what the fire chief had claimed didn't exist: pieces of internal organs and a human vertebra. A pathologist examined the remains and determined they belonged to someone much older than any of the missing children, someone who had died long before the fire. The discovery raised more questions than answers. Were these remains planted? Were they evidence of something even more sinister than kidnapping? Throughout the 1950s and 60s, the Sodders received reports of sightings. A woman working at a Charleston hotel claimed she'd served breakfast to 4 children who looked exactly like the Sodder siblings. They were with 2 men and 2 women who seemed to be keeping them quiet. When the woman mentioned she recognized the children from newspaper photos, the group left abruptly. In 1968, nearly 25 years after the fire, Jenny received a letter postmarked from Kentucky. Inside was a photograph of a young man who bore an unmistakable resemblance to her son Louis, who would have been in his 30s by then. On the back, someone had written Louis Sodder and I love brother Frankie, a reference to Louis's brother. The return address led nowhere. Private investigators hired by the family uncovered evidence suggesting the children might have been taken to Florida, possibly sold or given to families looking to adopt. But every lead seemed to evaporate when they got close to answers. Records would disappear. Witnesses would suddenly refuse to talk. Officials would claim no knowledge of investigations they'd previously discussed. The Sodders never stopped searching. They erected a billboard along Route 16 displaying photographs of their missing children, offering a reward for information. The sign stood for decades, a constant reminder that 5 children had vanished without explanation, leaving behind only questions that no one seemed willing to answer. George Sodder died in 1969, followed by Jenny in 1989. Neither ever learned what happened to their children. The surviving siblings continued the search into the 21st century, but one by one, they too passed away, taking with them the institutional memory of Christmas Eve, 1945. What makes the Sodder children's disappearance so deeply unsettling isn't just the mystery itself, but the systematic way evidence was ignored, witnesses were silenced, and investigations were stonewalled. The fire that destroyed their home seems less like a tragedy and more like a carefully orchestrated event designed to cover something far worse than anyone wanted to acknowledge. The house fire that claimed them burns on in the minds of those who remember, an ember of doubt that refuses to be extinguished. 5 children went to sleep on Christmas Eve 1945 and were never seen again, leaving behind only shadows, questions, and the terrible certainty that someone, somewhere, knows exactly what happened in those flames. The Monster of the Dyke. The year was 1893, when the first body surfaced in the murky waters of the Ashby Canal, near the village of Moira in Leicestershire. What made this discovery particularly unsettling wasn't just the condition of the remains, but the bite marks that no local expert could identify. For decades, the stretch of waterway known locally as the Dyke had carried whispers of something lurking beneath its dark surface. Bargemen refused to travel certain sections after dusk. Children were warned away from the water's edge. But it wasn't until that autumn morning, when canal worker Thomas Whitmore pulled what he initially thought was debris from the water, that the whispers became urgent warnings. The victim was identified as Margaret Thornley, a young woman who'd gone missing 3 weeks prior while walking home from her position at the local manor house. The coroner, Dr. Edmund Rakes, documented wounds unlike anything in his 30 years of practice. Deep puncture marks formed patterns that suggested neither dog nor wild boar. The spacing was too wide, the depth too precise. Most disturbing were the parallel gouges along the victim's torso, as if something with extraordinary grip strength had held her beneath the surface. Within a fortnight, 2 more bodies emerged. Samuel Grover, a night fisherman known for his fearless attitude toward the canal's darker reaches, was discovered floating near the same spot. His fishing equipment remained untouched on the bank, his tackle box still open, suggesting whatever happened occurred suddenly. The third victim, a child named Emily Breakspear, had been missing for nearly 2 months before the canal gave up her remains. Dr. remains. Rake's reports, preserved in the Leicester Records Office, describe wounds that defied conventional explanation. Teeth marks suggested a predator with an unusual jaw structure. The bite patterns were too large for any known British wildlife, yet too precise for the farm machinery that some initially suspected. Most puzzling were the scrape marks found on all 3 victims, deep grooves that appeared to have been made by claws or talons of considerable size. The local constabulary, led by Inspector Harold Meadows, initially suspected a human killer using some form of exotic weapon. They questioned travelers, gypsies, and anyone with access to foreign animals. The investigation expanded when reports began filtering in from other witnesses along the canal. Martha Cookson, who lived in a cottage overlooking the most troubled stretch of water, claimed she'd been hearing unusual sounds for months before the first body appeared. Not the typical splashing of fish or waterfowl, but something rhythmic and deliberate. She described it as the sound of something large moving through water with purpose, always during the darkest hours before dawn. More compelling was the testimony of bargeman Frederick Lace, who swore he'd encountered the creature directly. On a moonless October evening, while guiding his narrow boat through the canal, something struck the hull from below with enough force to nearly capsize the vessel. When Lace aimed his lantern at the water, he claimed to see something massive submerging into the depths, His description was precise enough that Inspector Meadows documented every detail: a serpentine form, roughly 12 feet in length, with what appeared to be a ridge of spines along its back. The investigation took an unusual turn when Dr. Reis consulted with Professor William Hartley, a naturalist at Cambridge University who specialized in aquatic life. Hartley's analysis of the bite marks yielded disturbing conclusions. The tooth patterns didn't match any known British species, but they bore striking similarities to certain prehistoric aquatic reptiles. Hartley theorized that the canal, which connected to a network of underground limestone caves, might harbor a relic population of some ancient species. This theory gained unexpected support from geological surveys conducted in the area. The limestone beneath the canal was honeycombed with subterranean waterways, some connecting to cave systems that had never been fully explored. Local folklore spoke of underground lakes and chambers that predated human settlement. Some of these stories, dismissed for generations as mere superstition, began to carry new weight. The killing spree ended as abruptly as it had begun. After Emily Breakspear's body was recovered in early November, no more victims emerged from the canal. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to have departed or retreated deeper into the underground network, but the sightings continued sporadically for another decade. In 1897, 2 children fishing near Conkers reported seeing something large move beneath their makeshift raft. The following year, a woman walking her dog along the towpath claimed her pet refused to approach the water and spent the entire evening growling at something below the surface. As late as 1903, canal maintenance workers discovered mysterious scrape marks on the stone lining of the waterway, deep grooves that suggested something powerful had been climbing up from the depths. The case files reveal that Inspector Meadows never officially closed the investigation. His final report, dated December 1893, concludes with an admission that conventional police methods had proven inadequate. He recommended that future incidents be referred to naturalists and geological experts, suggesting the mystery lay beyond typical criminal investigation. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between the dike creature and similar reports from other British waterways during the same period. The Linhigh Loch incident of 1890, the Thames creature sightings of 1895, and the Windermere reports of 1896 all share remarkably similar descriptions. Each involved a large aquatic predator, mysterious deaths, and eventual disappearance of the creature. Dr. Reis's personal notes, discovered in 1987 during renovation of his former surgery, reveal his private conviction that the Ashby Canal harbored something that science had yet to classify. His detailed anatomical drawings of the bite patterns remain in the Leicester archives, testament to one man's attempt to document the undocumentable. The canal waters still flow past Moira, now busier with pleasure craft than working barges. The limestone caves beneath remain largely unexplored, their dark channels and hidden chambers holding whatever secrets they've kept for centuries. Local residents still speak of the beast of the dike, though the stories have softened into folklore. Yet sometimes, on particularly dark nights, when the water lies unusually still and the familiar sounds of the countryside fall silent, one might wonder what truly lurks in those ancient depths and whether it's still hungry. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt. Herodotus called it a wonder that surpassed even the Great Pyramid, yet today it exists only in whispers and fragments of ancient stone. The Greek historian described walking through chambers so numerous that a single visit couldn't encompass them all. 3,000 rooms spread across 2 levels, half buried beneath the earth, half reaching toward the sky. He claimed the underground sections were forbidden to him, guarded by priests who spoke of sacred burials and divine secrets. But what he saw above ground left him breathless with wonder. This was the lost labyrinth of Egypt, and if Herodotus spoke truthfully, we've lost one of humanity's greatest architectural achievements. The ancient sources are remarkably consistent for something so thoroughly vanished. Strabo, writing centuries after Herodotus, described the same monumental complex near Lake Moeris in the Fayum region. He spoke of courtyards connected by winding passages, roofs of single stones, and walls covered with carved figures. Pliny the Elder added his own account, emphasizing the labyrinth's purpose as a gathering place for Egypt's nomes, its administrative districts, each with its own sacred hall. But then something extraordinary happened. The labyrinth disappeared from history. Not gradually, not through the slow decay that claimed so many ancient monuments. It simply ceased to be mentioned, as if a structure covering 27 acres had somehow slipped from collective memory. By the medieval period, even local traditions had grown silent about its location. Modern archaeology has been searching for over a century. Flinders Petrie, the father of scientific Egyptology, believed he found remnants near the pyramid of Amenemhat III at Hawara in 1888. His excavations revealed a complex foundation platform and scattered limestone blocks, impressive certainly, but hardly matching the ancient descriptions. The few rooms he uncovered were filled with sand and debris, their original purposes obscured by time. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected vast underground structures in the Hawara area. The scans reveal geometric anomalies beneath the sand, rectangular shapes arranged in patterns that suggest human construction. Dr. Louis de Cordier, leading the most recent expeditions, describes cavities that extend far deeper than expected, some reaching chambers that appear to be completely intact. Yet excavation remains frustratingly limited. The Egyptian authorities restrict access to the site, citing concerns about groundwater infiltration and structural stability. Independent researchers have been denied permits repeatedly, their applications disappearing into bureaucratic silence. The few official digs have been small in scope, revealing tantalizing glimpses, fragments of papyrus, limestone blocks with unusual tool marks, pottery shards that suggest ceremonial use, but never the grand chambers Herodotus described. The puzzle deepens when we consider the labyrinth's alleged purpose. Ancient sources suggest it wasn't merely a tomb or temple, but something far more complex, an administrative center where representatives from across Egypt would gather. Each nome supposedly maintained its own hall within the structure, conducting business in chambers specifically designed for their regional gods and customs. This would make the labyrinth unique among Egyptian monuments, a place of living governance rather than dead pharaohs. Some researchers propose the labyrinth served as an ancient archive, its underground chambers housing the administrative records of an entire civilization. The priest's reluctance to show Herodotus the lower levels suddenly makes sense if those rooms contained Egypt's governmental secrets, trade agreements, and diplomatic correspondence. Such a repository would have been invaluable and dangerous to expose to foreign observers. The mathematical precision suggested by ancient accounts is equally intriguing. Herodotus describes passages that connect in seemingly random patterns, yet somehow form a coherent whole. Modern reconstructions based on his descriptions reveal mathematical relationships similar to those found in Egyptian temples, proportions based on sacred geometry that would require sophisticated planning to execute on such a massive scale. Dr. With what requires sophisticated planning to execute on such a massive scale? Sarah Parcak's satellite archaeology has identified several promising locations beyond Hawara. Her thermal imaging reveals subsurface anomalies consistent with large-scale construction throughout the Fayum region. Some sites show geometric patterns that suggest planned complexes, while others display the irregular shapes typical of natural formations. The challenge lies in distinguishing between ancient construction and geological features without extensive excavation. The labyrinth's disappearance raises uncomfortable questions about what else we might have lost. If a structure impressive enough to dwarf the Great Pyramid could vanish so completely, what other achievements have slipped from recorded history? The ancient world was far more interconnected and sophisticated than often assumed, yet our knowledge comes filtered through the survival of particular texts and monuments. Carbon dating of materials from suspected labyrinth sites has produced conflicting results. Some samples suggest construction during the Middle Kingdom, aligning with traditional attributions to Amenemhat III. Others point to earlier periods, possibly during the Old Kingdom, when Egypt's architectural achievements peaked. A few anomalous readings have even suggested later construction, raising the possibility that multiple structures existed in the region over different periods. The groundwater issue that officially prevents excavation may be more significant than acknowledged. Rising water tables in the Fayum have flooded numerous archaeological sites over the past century. If the labyrinth's most important chambers were indeed underground, they may now lie beneath several meters of brackish water, their contents preserved but inaccessible without massive engineering efforts. Recent advances in underwater archaeology offer new possibilities. Remote-operated vehicles designed for submerged cave exploration could potentially access flooded chambers without compromising their structural integrity. However, such operations require permission and funding that remain elusive. The Egyptian government's position on underwater excavation in the region remains unclear, with requests for clarification meeting official silence. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt represents more than a missing monument. It symbolizes gaps in our understanding of ancient civilization. Whether buried beneath sand, flooded by rising waters, or destroyed by forces lost to time, its absence reminds us how much human achievement remains hidden. The search continues, driven by tantalizing evidence and ancient promises of wonder. Somewhere beneath the sands of Fayum, chambers may still wait in darkness, their carved walls bearing witness to a magnificence we can barely comprehend. The Mystery of the Red Rain. The morning of July 25, 2001, in Kerala, India, began like any other monsoon day, but by noon, the sky had betrayed every natural law of precipitation. Rain fell from the heavens, thick and crimson, staining everything it touched the color of blood. Dr. Godfrey Lewis was among the first scientists to witness this phenomenon directly. Standing in his laboratory at Mahatma Gandhi University, he watched through his window as what appeared to be blood poured from the clouds. For nearly 2 months, this red rain would fall intermittently across Kerala, leaving behind a mystery that challenges our fundamental understanding of atmospheric science. The initial reports seemed almost mythical. Witnesses described rain so intensely red that it left permanent stains on clothing. Local newspapers ran photographs of people holding glass jars filled with what looked like diluted blood. Children refused to play outside. Religious leaders proclaimed signs and portents. But when Dr. Louis began his investigation, he discovered something far stranger than any biblical plague. Under microscopic examination, the red particles suspended in the rainwater revealed themselves to be biological cells. But these weren't any cells found in terrestrial databases. Each measured roughly 4 to 10 micrometers in diameter, with thick cell walls but no visible nuclei. They resembled red blood cells in size and color, yet possessed characteristics that defied classification within known biological kingdoms. The cells showed extraordinary resistance to degradation. Even after years of storage, samples maintained their structural integrity. More puzzling still, when Dr. Louis subjected them to extreme heat, temperatures reaching 300 degrees Celsius, the cells not only survived, but appeared to reproduce. This heat-induced reproduction violated fundamental principles of biology, where such temperatures typically denature proteins and destroy cellular machinery. Chemical analysis deepened the mystery. The cells contained organic carbon and showed signatures consistent with biological material, yet lacked DNA or RNA, the fundamental building blocks of all known life on Earth. Spectroscopic studies revealed the presence of complex organic compounds, but in arrangements that didn't match any terrestrial organism in scientific databases. Local meteorological data from that period showed no unusual atmospheric disturbances that could account for the phenomenon. The rain fell from seemingly normal monsoon clouds, yet only certain areas experienced the red precipitation. The pattern appeared random, with some districts receiving multiple red rain events, while neighboring areas remained unaffected. Government agencies initially attributed the phenomenon to algal blooms or spores from local lichen. However, this explanation crumbled under scrutiny. The density of cells in the rainwater far exceeded what any known local organism could produce. Furthermore, no source population of the mysterious cells was ever located on the ground or in local water bodies. Dr. Louis proposed a theory that sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Based on the timing of the red rain events and seismic data, he suggested the cells originated from extraterrestrial sources. His analysis indicated that the first red rain event coincided with a meteorite explosion over Kerala. He theorized that this cosmic visitor had carried living cells through space, dispersing them into Earth's atmosphere upon impact. The implications of Lewis's extraterrestrial hypothesis extended far beyond a single weather anomaly. If confirmed, it would provide the first direct evidence of panspermia, the theory that life spreads throughout the universe via comets, asteroids, and other celestial bodies. It would mean that life on Earth might itself be the result of cosmic seeding, fundamentally altering our understanding of evolution and our place in the universe. Critics of the extraterrestrial theory pointed to the lack of DNA in the cells as evidence against their biological nature. They argued that anything truly alive would necessarily contain genetic material recognizable to terrestrial science. Alternative explanations suggested the cells might be a previously unknown form of atmospheric bacteria or fungal spores that had undergone unusual mutations. Independent laboratories attempted to replicate Louis' findings with mixed results. Some confirmed the unusual heat resistance and reproduction characteristics, while others questioned the methodology. The scientific community remained divided, with peer reviewers struggling to reconcile the evidence with established biological principles. Years later, advanced genetic sequencing techniques were applied to preserved samples. These studies detected trace amounts of DNA, but the sequences didn't match any known organisms. The genetic material appeared degraded or fragmentary, raising questions about whether it represented true biological content or contamination from unknown sources. The Kerala red rain phenomenon defied simple categorization. It exhibited characteristics of both living and non-living matter, challenging the very definitions scientists use to understand life. The cells showed metabolic activity under certain conditions, yet lacked the fundamental genetic machinery that defines terrestrial biology. Environmental scientists studying the aftermath found that areas where red rain fell experienced no adverse ecological effects. Plants and animals showed no signs of toxicity or disease. The mysterious cells seemed to exist in complete isolation from local ecosystems, neither benefiting nor harming the environments where they accumulated. Today, samples of Kerala's red rain remain stored in laboratories around the world, still defying complete explanation. The cells continue to resist degradation, their crimson contents as vibrant now as they were 2 decades ago. They serve as a tangible reminder that our planet still harbors mysteries that push the boundaries of scientific understanding. The red rain of Kerala forces us to confront uncomfortable possibilities about life itself. Whether these cells represent visitors from cosmic distances or unknown forms of terrestrial life, they challenge our assumptions about the nature of biology. In those crimson droplets lies a question that science has yet to answer. Are we alone in our methods of existence, or do the skies themselves carry secrets of life beyond our current comprehension? The mystery endures, suspended in glass vials, waiting for the day when human knowledge finally catches up to the promises that once fell like blood from an alien sky. The ghostly plane of Flight 19. On December 5, 1945, Lieutenant Charles Taylor lifted off from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, leading 4 other Grumman TBM Avenger torpedo bombers into what should have been a routine 2-hour training flight. Flight 19, as it came to be known, carried 14 experienced airmen on a navigation exercise over the calm waters east of Florida. None of them would ever return. The mission parameters were straightforward: fly 56 miles due east to Hens and Chickens Shoals, conduct practice bombing runs, continue southeast for 67 miles, then turn northwest back to base. These were seasoned pilots flying familiar aircraft over well-mapped waters. The Avengers themselves were robust, battle-tested machines that had served with distinction throughout the Pacific War. Everything about Flight 19 suggested routine success. At 3:45 p.m., radio operators at Fort Lauderdale began picking up fragmented transmissions that painted an increasingly disturbing picture. Lieutenant Taylor's voice crackled through the static, reporting that his compass was malfunctioning. But as the conversations continued, it became clear that something far more troubling was unfolding. Taylor, a veteran pilot with over 2,500 flight hours, sounded genuinely confused about his position. "We are not sure of our location," he radioed. "We cannot be sure where we are. Everything looks strange, even the ocean." Flight instructors listening to the transmissions grew concerned. How could 5 aircraft, each equipped with multiple navigation instruments, simultaneously lose their bearings over familiar territory? The radio chatter between the planes revealed that other pilots in the formation were experiencing similar compass failures. Their instruments, they reported, were going crazy, spinning wildly, or pointing in impossible directions. Marine Captain Edward Powers, another pilot in the formation, suggested they turn due west to reach land. But Taylor, increasingly disoriented, worried they might be over the Gulf of Mexico instead of the Atlantic. His reasoning seemed logical given his confusion, but analysis would later suggest they were nowhere near the Gulf. For reasons that remain unclear, Taylor rejected the westward heading that likely would have saved them. By 4:25 p.m., Taylor's transmissions had grown more desperate. "We seem to be off course. We cannot see land. Repeat, we cannot see land." The weather, which had been favorable at takeoff, was reportedly deteriorating in their area. But perhaps the most chilling transmission came at 6:20 p.m., when Taylor was heard saying, "All planes close up tight. We'll have to ditch unless landfall. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." As darkness fell over the Atlantic, radio contact with Flight 19 faded into silence. Within hours, rescue operations commenced on an unprecedented scale. A PBM Mariner flying boat with 13 crew members launched to search for the missing formation. 23 minutes after takeoff, the rescue aircraft itself vanished without a trace. A merchant vessel in the area reported seeing what appeared to be an aircraft explosion at approximately the time the Mariner disappeared, but no wreckage was ever recovered. Now 27 men were missing. The search effort that followed became one of the most extensive in naval aviation history. More than 300 aircraft and numerous ships combed 380,000 square miles of ocean and coastal areas. They found nothing. Not a single piece of debris, no oil slicks, no life preservers. The sea had apparently swallowed 6 aircraft and 27 skilled airmen without leaving the smallest trace. The Navy's official investigation concluded that the disaster resulted from Taylor's confusion and subsequent poor decision-making. They determined that compass malfunctions, while unusual for multiple aircraft, could be explained by magnetic anomalies in the area. The report stated that Flight 19 ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean somewhere northeast of the Florida coast, and that rough seas had prevented any debris from floating to the surface. Yet questions persisted that the official explanation couldn't fully address. Why would experienced pilots with thousands of hours between them become so completely disoriented over familiar waters? How could 5 separate compass systems fail simultaneously? And most puzzling of all, why was no trace of any aircraft ever found despite the massive search effort? Lieutenant Colonel Robert Grubel, one of the investigating officers, noted disturbing inconsistencies in the evidence. Radio transmissions suggested the flight had encountered some form of electromagnetic interference far beyond normal compass deviation. Several pilots reported that their gyroscopic instruments were also malfunctioning, indicating a phenomenon affecting multiple navigation systems simultaneously. Weather records from that day show conditions were generally favorable, contradicting some of the deteriorating weather reports from the flight. This discrepancy raised questions about whether Flight 19 had somehow encountered a localized weather phenomenon unknown to meteorological science of the time. The disappearance of Flight 19 occurred in waters that would later become infamous as part of the Bermuda Triangle. While the Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale was aware of previous unexplained incidents in the area, nothing had prepared them for the complete vanishing of an entire flight formation. The incident became a cornerstone case for those studying anomalous disappearances in the Western Atlantic. What makes Flight 19 particularly haunting is the detailed radio record of the final hours. Unlike many disappearances that leave only silence, we can trace the progressive confusion and growing desperation of the airmen. Their voices, preserved on transcripts, reveal professionals struggling with something beyond their training and experience. Decades later, numerous expeditions have searched for the wreckage of Flight 19. Advanced sonar equipment, underwater vehicles, and satellite imagery have all been employed. Several promising leads emerged over the years, but none yielded the distinctive remains of Grumman Avengers or definitively solved the mystery. The fate of Flight 19 continues to cast its shadow over aviation lore. In the twilight hours of December 5, 1945, 27 men flew into a darkness that claimed them completely. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and somewhere beneath the waves off Florida's coast, the answer to Flight 19 waits in the eternal silence of the deep. The shipwrecks of the Great Lakes. When marine archaeologist Dr. Rebecca Hartwell descended to the bottom of Lake Superior in 2019, she expected to document another routine shipwreck for the historical record. What she found instead defied everything she understood about maritime disaster. The vessel lay perfectly preserved in the frigid depths, its crew quarters arranged as if the sailors had simply vanished mid-meal. Their personal effects remained untouched, meals still set on tables, yet not a single soul was ever recovered. This wasn't the first time the Great Lakes had surrendered a mystery that challenged conventional explanation. Beneath the deceptively calm surfaces of these inland seas lies a graveyard unlike any other on Earth. Over 6,000 vessels rest in the depths of the Great Lakes, their stories lost to time, weather, and forces that maritime experts struggle to classify. The lakes preserve these wrecks with an eerie perfection, their cold, fresh waters acting as natural time capsules that maintain wood, metal, and fabric decades beyond what should be possible in any marine environment. The SS Bannockburn vanished on November 21, 1902, somewhere between Lake Superior's rugged coastline and the port of Sault Ste. Marie. The 245-foot steamer carried a full crew of 22 men and a cargo hold filled with grain. Weather reports from that day indicate rough conditions, but nothing beyond what these experienced sailors had navigated countless times before. Yet the Bannockburn disappeared so completely that despite over a century of searching, advanced sonar technology, and countless diving expeditions, not a single piece of wreckage has ever been conclusively identified. What makes the Bannockburn's disappearance particularly unsettling isn't just the complete absence of physical evidence. Multiple vessels reported strange radio transmissions in the days following the ship's disappearance. Operators described hearing fragmented distress signals that seemed to originate from empty water, voices calling for help where no ships were known to be present. The transmissions continued sporadically for 3 weeks after the Bannockburn's last confirmed sighting, then stopped entirely. The preserved nature of Great Lakes shipwrecks reveals details that would normally decay within years in ocean water. The Edmund Fitzgerald, which sank in 1975 during a violent storm, remains largely intact on Lake Superior's floor. When remotely operated vehicles first explored the wreck in 1976, they captured footage that maritime investigators found deeply troubling. The massive freighter had broken in two, but the pattern of damage suggested forces beyond simple storm damage or structural failure. Dr. Thomas Morrison, a consulting naval engineer who analyzed the Fitzgerald's wreck pattern, noted inconsistencies that his 40-year career couldn't explain. The ship's deck plates had been peeled back in configurations that suggested upward pressure from within the hull, yet the cargo hold showed no signs of explosion or fire. Morrison's official report, filed with the National Transportation Safety Board, contained a classified addendum that has never been made public. When questioned about his findings years later, Morrison would only say that some aspects of the wreck didn't conform to known failure patterns. The Carl D. Bradley met a similar fate in 1958, breaking apart in Lake Michigan during what witnesses described as moderate weather conditions. The 638-foot limestone carrier had been retrofitted just months before its final voyage, with modern equipment and enhanced hull reinforcements. Yet on November 18th, the Bradley transmitted a single panic distress call, reporting that the ship was breaking up. The transmission lasted less than 30 seconds before cutting to static. 2 survivors were eventually rescued from the Bradley's crew of 35, both suffering from severe hypothermia and what naval physicians classified as shock-induced memory loss. Frank Mays and Dennis Hale, the only men to survive the disaster, provided accounts that differed significantly from each other and from what investigators expected to hear. Mays insisted that the ship had developed a crack that seemed to appear spontaneously along the hull, growing at an impossible rate. Hale described hearing sounds from beneath the lake's surface just before the ship began to break apart, sounds he characterized as mechanical, but unlike any ship engine he'd ever encountered. The Daniel J. Morell's fate in 1966 added another layer to the Great Lakes pattern of inexplicable maritime disasters. The freighter split in half during a storm on Lake Huron, but the stern section continued operating for several hours after the forward section sank. Dennis Hale, incredibly the sole survivor among the Morell's 29 crew members, reported that the ship's stern half traveled for miles with its engines still running, despite being completely separated from the bridge and navigation equipment. Hale's survival itself defies medical explanation. He spent 38 hours on a life raft in near-freezing conditions, wearing only underwear and a life jacket. When the Coast Guard found him, his core body temperature had dropped to levels that should have been fatal, yet he remained conscious and coherent. Medical personnel who treated Hale noted that his recovery followed no known pattern for severe hypothermia cases, modern acoustic monitoring equipment has detected sounds from the Great Lakes depths that don't correspond to any known maritime activity. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a network of underwater microphones throughout the lakes, originally installed to monitor seismic activity and shipping traffic. Since 2008, these devices have recorded what NOAA technicians describe as structured mechanical sounds emanating from areas where no active vessels or underwater operations were taking place. Dr. Sarah Chen, an acoustic analyst with NOAA's Great Lakes Environmental Research Laboratory, has cataloged over 200 instances of these unexplained audio signatures. The sounds follow patterns that suggest mechanical origin, yet they emanate from coordinates where sonar shows only empty water or confirmed shipwreck sites that have been inactive for decades. Chen's requests for additional funding to investigate these acoustic anomalies have been consistently denied, with NOAA administrators citing budget constraints and more pressing research priorities. The Great Lakes continue to claim vessels under circumstances that challenge maritime safety protocols developed over centuries of navigation. These inland seas, formed by geological forces that still aren't fully understood, hold their secrets beneath surfaces that appear deceptively peaceful. Each preserved wreck tells a story of final moments that maritime science struggles to explain, while the lakes themselves seem to follow rules that exist nowhere else in Earth's navigable waters. Proyecto H.A.A.R.P. Deep in the Alaskan wilderness, where the aurora borealis dances across endless winter nights, stands a field of towering antennas that some believe can reach into the very fabric of our planet's atmosphere. The High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, known simply as H.A.A.R.P, has attracted scrutiny that goes far beyond its stated mission of atmospheric research. When the facility first began operations in the 1990s, something about its scale and secrecy sparked questions that official explanations couldn't quite satisfy. Here was a joint project between the U.S. Air Force, Navy, and the University of Alaska, wielding technology capable of heating sections of the ionosphere to temperatures exceeding those found on the sun's surface. For a research station, it possessed remarkably potent capabilities. The installation itself defies easy categorization. 180 antennas stretch across 33 acres of remote Alaskan terrain, each tower standing 72 feet tall, together forming what engineers call the Ionospheric Research Instrument. When activated, these antennas can focus 3.6 billion watts of radio frequency energy into a concentrated beam aimed at the upper atmosphere. To put this in perspective, that's enough power to supply electricity to a city of 2 million people. Dr. Bernard Eastland, whose patents formed the theoretical foundation for H.A.A.R.P's technology, once described capabilities that went well beyond atmospheric heating. His original patent applications referenced the possibility of weather modification, satellite disruption, and even the potential for missile defense systems. Yet when H.A.A.R.P became operational, officials insisted its purpose remained strictly scientific, focused on understanding how the ionosphere affects radio communications. The disconnect between Eastland's patents and H.A.A.R.P's official mission created a void that alternative theories rushed to fill. Researchers began documenting correlations between H.A.A.R.P activity and unusual weather patterns. In 2010, just days before a devastating earthquake struck Haiti, amateur radio operators reported detecting powerful low-frequency signals from the H.A.A.R.P facility. Similar reports emerged before the 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan. Then there are the atmospheric anomalies that nobody seems able to explain effectively. Pilots flying over Alaska have reported strange cloud formations that appear geometric, almost artificial in their precision. These clouds form in perfect spirals or maintain unnaturally straight edges, defying conventional meteorological understanding. When questioned about these formations, H.A.A.R.P officials typically cite naturally occurring phenomena, but their explanations often feel insufficient when measured against eyewitness accounts. The facility's research into something called cognitive radio has attracted particular attention from those studying H.A.A.R.P's potential applications. This technology involves radio systems that can adapt their transmission parameters based on environmental conditions. Official documentation describes it as a method for optimizing communication efficiency. Critics suggest it represents something far more concerning: the potential for targeted electromagnetic influence on human neural activity. Dr. Dr. Mokhtar Blow, Optikwena Wat. Nick Begich, son of a former Alaska congressman and a vocal HAARP critic, has spent decades researching the facility's capabilities. His investigation into military documents revealed references to technology capable of disrupting human mental processes through electromagnetic stimulation. While these documents often exist in heavily redacted form, the portions that remain visible reference research into crowd control and battlefield psychological operations. The timing of HAARP's development coincides with a broader military interest in what defense strategists call environmental warfare. Documents from the 1990s show that the Department of Defense was actively exploring ways to weaponize weather patterns, create artificial storms, and disrupt enemy communications through ionospheric manipulation. HAARP's technology could theoretically accomplish all of these objectives, yet officials maintain that such applications remain purely hypothetical. Weather modification technology isn't science fiction. China openly admits to using cloud seeding during the 2008 Olympics to ensure clear skies. Russia has employed similar techniques for decades. What makes HAARP different is the scale of its potential influence and the opacity surrounding its actual activities. The facility operates with minimal public oversight, conducting experiments that are rarely announced in advance and seldom explained in detail afterward. Seismologists have noted patterns in earthquake activity that correlate with periods of increased HAARP transmission. While correlation doesn't prove causation, the statistical probability of these coincidences occurring naturally raises questions that deserve serious consideration. The Earth's ionosphere and its magnetic field are interconnected systems that respond to electromagnetic stimulation in ways that scientists are still working to understand fully. Local residents in Gakona, Alaska, where HAARP is located, describe experiences that don't appear in any official reports. Some speak of unexplained power outages that coincide with facility operations. Others report interference with electronic devices, from car radios that suddenly tune to stations hundreds of miles away, to GPS systems that provide impossible coordinates. These accounts persist despite official assurances that HAARP's operations pose no risk to nearby communities. The European Parliament, not known for embracing conspiracy theories, declared HAARP a matter of global concern in 1999, calling for greater transparency regarding its environmental and ethical implications. Their resolution specifically cited the facility's potential for weather modification and its possible effects on human health. Despite repeated requests for information, HAARP officials provided minimal cooperation with European investigators. Perhaps most troubling are the gaps in HAARP's research publications. For a facility that claims to exist primarily for scientific research, remarkably little of its work appears in peer-reviewed journals. The data that is made public tends to focus on relatively mundane atmospheric measurements, while avoiding discussion of the facility's more exotic capabilities. In 2014, the Air Force transferred control of HAARP to the University of Alaska, ostensibly to emphasize its civilian research mission. Yet the facility's funding continues to flow from military sources, and access remains heavily restricted. Tours are offered on occasion, but visitors see only a small portion of the installation and receive explanations that seem carefully scripted to avoid addressing the more controversial aspects of HAARP's potential applications. The questions surrounding HAARP persist because the gap between its demonstrated capabilities and its official purpose remains vast enough to accommodate legitimate skepticism. In a world where technology increasingly shapes reality in ways we're only beginning to understand, the line between scientific research and something more consequential may be thinner than any of us realize. Bimini's Sunken Monument, 25 feet beneath the crystal waters off North Bimini, a formation of limestone blocks stretches across the ocean floor in what appears to be deliberate geometric patterns. Marine archaeologist Dr. Joan Hanley first documented these structures in 1968, but her initial excitement quickly gave way to something more unsettling, the realization that what she was seeing shouldn't exist. The formation, known locally as the Bimini Road, consists of rectangular and polygonal stones arranged in what resembles a massive pathway or foundation. Each block weighs several tons, fitted together with joints so precise they seem almost engineered. What disturbs researchers most isn't the craftsmanship, it's the age. Carbon dating of organic material trapped between the stones suggests they were placed there over 12,000 years ago. long before any known civilization in the region possessed the technology for such underwater construction. Dr. Eugene Shin, a respected geologist from the U.S. Geological Survey, spent 3 decades studying these formations. His official conclusion remained that the structures were natural beach rock formations, created by ancient tidal processes. Yet in private conversations with colleagues, Shin admitted to encountering details that troubled his scientific certainty. Tool marks on several blocks appeared too regular for natural erosion. The spacing between stones followed mathematical ratios that seemed intentional. Most puzzling of all, core samples revealed that some blocks had been moved from their original geological position. The controversy deepened in 1995 when underwater photographer William Donato discovered what appeared to be a second tier of construction beneath the visible stones. Using side-scan sonar, his team mapped an extensive foundation that extended far beyond the surface formation. The deeper structures showed even more sophisticated engineering, interlocking joints, drainage channels, and what looked like pier foundations extending into deeper water. Local Bahamian fishermen had known about the stones for generations, but their oral histories told a different story than the scientific debates. Elder fisherman Joseph Rowley, whose family had worked these waters for over a century, spoke of additional structures that became visible during unusually low tides. He described seeing carved symbols on stones that were typically submerged, markings that resembled neither known indigenous scripts nor natural formations. When pressed for more details, Rowley would only say that his grandfather had warned the family never to disturb what lay beneath the waves. The timing of the formation's creation coincides almost exactly with the end of the last ice age, when sea levels rose dramatically across the globe. If the Bimini structures were indeed constructed by human hands, they would represent one of the oldest architectural achievements in the Americas. This possibility has drawn comparisons to other megalithic sites worldwide, but also raised uncomfortable questions about the level of civilization that existed in the region over 10,000 years before the rise of known Caribbean cultures. Marine biologist Drs. Lodewar Djurds Pundo, Sarah Mitchell conducted extensive studies of the marine life colonizing the structures and found patterns that troubled her scientific assumptions. Certain species of coral and sponges had established themselves in configurations that suggested the stones had been submerged for far longer than geological models predicted. More disturbing were the growth patterns on the blocks themselves, calcium carbonate deposits that indicated the stones had been moved from a different underwater environment sometime in the distant past. The proximity to Bimini's other unexplained phenomena has only deepened the mystery. The area sits within one of the most magnetically active regions of the Atlantic, where compass readings frequently deviate and electronic equipment malfunctions without explanation. Commercial pilots regularly report instrument failures when flying over the site, while boat captains speak of experiencing unusual electrical charges in the water near the stone formations. In 2004, archaeologist Dr. Greg Little led an expedition that used ground-penetrating radar to map the seafloor around the visible structures. The results revealed what appeared to be a vast complex of buried foundations extending over several square miles. The radar signatures suggested multiple levels of construction, with the deepest foundations lying nearly 60 feet below the current ocean floor. The patterns resembled those found at other ancient sites, but the scale dwarfed anything previously discovered in the Caribbean. Perhaps most unsettling are the accounts from experienced divers who have spent time exploring the deeper sections of the formation. Captain Robert Marks, a veteran underwater explorer, reported discovering stone blocks with surfaces that appeared almost glass-like, polished to a degree that seemed inconsistent with natural processes or known ancient techniques. During night dives, several team members reported that certain stones seemed to emit a faint phosphorescence, though no geological explanation for this phenomenon has been established. The debate over Bimini's submerged structures reflects a broader tension in archaeology between established timelines and emerging evidence. If these formations are indeed artificial constructions from the end of the Ice Age, they suggest that sophisticated maritime civilizations existed in the Caribbean millennia before current historical models acknowledge. This possibility challenges fundamental assumptions about the development of human civilization in the Americas. Government restrictions have limited comprehensive exploration of the site, with Bahamian authorities granting research permits sparingly, and often with significant limitations on excavation methods. The few scientific teams granted extended access have produced conflicting reports. with some maintaining that the formations are entirely natural, while others document evidence of human modification that they cannot publicly discuss due to academic pressures. Local dive operators continue to bring tourists to view the formations, but many report experiences that go beyond simple sightseeing. Divers frequently mention feeling disoriented while swimming over the stones, describing sensations of vertigo or temporal displacement that have no clear physiological explanation. Some report hearing low-frequency sounds that seem to emanate from beneath the seafloor, vibrations that recording equipment has occasionally captured but acoustics experts cannot identify. The Bimini formations remain suspended between explanation and mystery, between the natural and the artificial. Every scientific analysis yields new questions rather than definitive answers. In the clear waters off North Bimini, ancient stones continue to guard secrets that challenge our understanding of both human history and the ocean's capacity to preserve the impossible, waiting beneath the waves for someone willing to ask the right questions. The Phoenix Lights phenomenon. On March 13, 1997, the ordinary evening routines of Phoenix residents shattered in a way that would echo through UFO research for decades. Thousands of people, from skeptical pilots to off-duty police officers, looked up at their familiar desert sky and saw something that defied every rational explanation they could muster. The witness accounts began flooding emergency lines around 8:15 p.m., a massive, silent craft moving slowly across the Arizona horizon. Not a collection of separate lights, but a solid triangular formation so enormous it blocked out stars as it passed overhead. The object stretched nearly a mile from tip to tip, drifting with an otherworldly grace that seemed to mock the laws of physics. Dr. Lynn Cote, a respected physician, had been photographing unusual lights over Phoenix for months before that March evening. Her medical training had taught her to observe carefully, to question assumptions, to document evidence. When she stepped onto her porch that night and witnessed the formation directly overhead, her scientific worldview collided with something unexplainable. The craft moved without sound, without visible propulsion, casting shadows on the ground below as it blocked the ambient light of the city. What makes the Phoenix Lights extraordinary isn't just the scale of the sighting, but the diversity of witnesses. Governor Fife Symington, a former Air Force pilot, observed the phenomenon firsthand, but wouldn't publicly acknowledge what he'd seen until years later. His military background made him acutely aware of conventional aircraft capabilities, yet nothing in his experience could account for the silent triangle that crossed Arizona airspace that evening. The timeline reveals two distinct events that night, though they've become conflated in popular memory. The first wave, beginning around 8:15 p.m., involved the triangular formation witnessed by thousands as it traveled from Henderson, Nevada, through Phoenix, and down toward Tucson. Witnesses described a craft so large it seemed to fill their entire field of vision, moving at perhaps 30 miles per hour with an eerie, purposeful trajectory. Tim Lay, a management consultant driving home from work, pulled over to watch the formation pass directly overhead. He described individual lights arranged in a perfect V pattern, but more significantly, he could see the solid structure connecting them, a dark mass that obscured the stars behind it. His account matched dozens of others who emphasized not just the lights themselves, but the unmistakable presence of something massive and physical moving through the sky. The second event, occurring around 10 p.m., involved a different set of lights that appeared to hover over the Estrella Mountains southwest of Phoenix. These stationary amber orbs, photographed and filmed extensively, would later become the focus of official explanations. The military would eventually acknowledge dropping flares during a training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range, providing a convenient explanation for the later sightings while carefully avoiding any discussion of the earlier triangular craft. This distinction between the two events reveals the complexity of the Phoenix Lights case. The military's flare explanation, while plausible for the 10 p.m. mountain lights, couldn't account for the structured craft witnessed hours earlier by thousands of people across multiple cities. The flares fell in a straight line, as military ordnance does. The triangular formation had moved with apparent intelligence, maintaining perfect spacing and altitude across hundreds of miles. Frances Barwood, then a Phoenix City Councilwoman, became one of the few public officials willing to investigate the incident seriously. Her attempts to gather information from Luke Air Force Base met with standard denials: no unusual activity, no knowledge of unidentified aircraft in the area. The Federal Aviation Administration claimed their radar had detected nothing abnormal, despite multiple pilot reports of the massive formation. The radar question remains particularly troubling. Several commercial pilots reported seeing the lights, yet official radar records show no corresponding signatures. This absence of radar confirmation either suggests a technology capable of avoiding detection or raises questions about what information was recorded and subsequently shared with civilian authorities. Video footage from that night presents its own mysteries. The most widely circulated recordings show the later mountain lights, the amber orbs that military flares could potentially explain, but earlier footage, less clear and more difficult to analyze, hints at the structured craft described by eyewitnesses. The limitations of 1997 consumer video technology mean that the most compelling evidence remains locked in human testimony rather than definitive visual proof. Dr. Kaite's investigation, spanning years after the initial sighting, uncovered witness accounts from military personnel stationed at Luke Air Force Base. Speaking on condition of anonymity, several described unusual activity that night: aircraft scrambles, restricted communications, and orders to remain silent about anything they might have observed. These accounts, while unverifiable through official channels, suggest a military response inconsistent with the "nothing happened" narrative maintained by authorities. The Phoenix Lights phenomenon gained renewed attention in 2007 when former Governor Symington finally spoke publicly about his experience. At a press conference organized by former military and government officials advocating for UFO disclosure, Symington described witnessing a otherworldly craft that couldn't be explained by conventional aircraft. His admission carried particular weight given his Air Force background and political position at the time of the sighting. What transforms the Phoenix Lights from isolated anomaly into enduring mystery is the sheer number of credible witnesses who saw something that challenged their understanding of what was possible. These weren't people seeking attention or prone to fantasy. They were pilots, police officers, medical professionals, and government officials whose careers depended on clear judgment and accurate observation. The case represents a collision between extraordinary claims and institutional resistance to acknowledging phenomena that don't fit established paradigms. 27 years later, no conventional explanation has adequately accounted for the mile-wide triangular craft witnessed by thousands on that March evening. The flare explanation, while addressing the later mountain lights, leaves the primary event, the structured formation crossing multiple states, completely unexplained. The Phoenix Lights continue to challenge our assumptions about what might be possible in our skies, and what truths might remain hidden behind official denials and bureaucratic silence. The Lost Challenger Deep Sagas. 7 miles beneath the Pacific Ocean's surface lies a wound in the earth so deep that Mount Everest could disappear entirely within its depths, leaving room for another mountain on top. The Challenger Deep represents the absolute limit of our planet's vertical reach downward, a place where the pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, where darkness has reigned uninterrupted for millions of years, and where some of the most extraordinary discoveries in marine science have emerged alongside equally puzzling mysteries that refuse scientific explanation. Only 27 people have descended into this abyssal realm, fewer than have walked on the moon's surface. What they've encountered down there challenges our understanding of life itself, reveals ecosystems that shouldn't exist according to conventional biology, and raises questions about what else might inhabit the crushing darkness of Earth's final frontier. The numbers alone inspire a kind of vertigo. 36,000 feet below sea level, the pressure reaches over 1,000 times greater than at the surface. Every square inch bears the weight of a fully loaded freight train. The temperature hovers just above freezing, despite the molten rock that lies beneath the seafloor. No sunlight has ever penetrated these depths. By every measure we use to define habitability, the Challenger Deep should be sterile, lifeless, empty. Instead, it teems with creatures that rewrite the rules of existence. Dr. Kathy Sullivan, the first woman to reach this depth, described the experience as entering an alien world that happens to share our planet. Her 2020 descent, alongside explorer Victor Vescovo, revealed not just life, but complex ecosystems thriving in conditions that would instantly destroy most earthly organisms. Translucent amphipods the size of dinner plates drifted past their submersible's windows. Microbes unlike anything in surface laboratories coated the seafloor in thick, colorful mats. Most remarkably, they discovered species of bacteria that appear to derive energy from the pressure itself, organisms that would die if brought to shallower waters. The implications ripple outward in ways that marine biologists are still processing. These aren't simply hardy survivors adapting to extreme conditions. They represent entirely different approaches to life, biochemical pathways that operate on principles we're only beginning to understand. Some researchers theorize that studying these deep-sea organisms might unlock secrets about life's origins on Earth, or provide blueprints for recognizing life on other worlds where conditions mirror the crushing extremes of the Challenger Deep. Yet the most intriguing discoveries remain the unexplained ones. During the 2012 expedition led by filmmaker James Cameron, sonar readings detected massive geometric structures on the seafloor that didn't match any known geological formations. The shapes appeared too regular, too symmetrical to be natural, but existed in a place where no human civilization could have reached. Follow-up missions have captured partial images of what researchers describe as angular formations rising from the sediment, but equipment failures and communication blackouts have prevented comprehensive documentation. Multiple deep-sea expeditions have reported identical acoustic anomalies, low-frequency sounds that propagate through the water with characteristics unlike any known biological or geological phenomenon. The sounds follow patterns, repeating sequences that suggest intentional communication, but originate from depths where no known creature should be capable of producing them. Marine acoustic specialists have ruled out whale songs, tectonic activity, and human interference. The source remains unidentified. Perhaps most unsettling are the equipment malfunctions that plague nearly every Challenger Deep expedition. Submersibles that function perfectly at moderate depths experience systematic failures once they cross the threshold into the deepest waters. Navigation systems provide impossible readings. Cameras capture images that shouldn't be technically possible given the lighting conditions. Communication with surface vessels cuts out during the most critical moments of discovery. Dr. Elena Porcelli, who has participated in 6 deep-sea research expeditions, acknowledges the pattern while maintaining scientific skepticism about supernatural explanations. Her team's 2018 mission documented what appeared to be bioluminescent formations covering vast areas of the seafloor, creating light displays visible from hundreds of meters away. The organisms responsible have never been successfully collected or identified. Video footage shows coordinated flashing patterns across thousands of square meters, as if the entire seafloor were engaged in some form of massive synchronized communication. The physical samples that expeditions do manage to retrieve often present their own mysteries. Sediment cores from the Challenger Deep contain microscopic structures that don't match any known mineral formations. Spectral analysis reveals chemical compositions that include elements in ratios that shouldn't occur naturally. Some specimens appear to change their molecular structure during the ascent to the surface, transforming into completely different substances by the time they reach laboratory conditions. More troubling are the gaps in expedition records. Multiple research teams have reported loss of significant data during Challenger Deep missions. Critical video footage becomes corrupted despite redundant storage systems. Audio recordings develop sections of interference that make analysis impossible. Written logs show unexplained time discrepancies, with researchers documenting hours they cannot account for during their descents. The financial and technological barriers to Challenger Deep exploration mean that comprehensive investigation proceeds slowly. Each mission costs millions of dollars and requires years of preparation. The extreme conditions destroy or damage much of the specialized equipment, making repeated observations difficult. As a result, many of the most significant discoveries remain unverified, supported by single expeditions that cannot be replicated quickly enough to satisfy conventional scientific standards. What emerges from these scattered pieces of evidence resembles less a complete picture than a series of tantalizing fragments. The Challenger Deep harbors life forms that challenge our understanding of biology. It contains acoustic phenomena that resist explanation. Its deepest reaches seem to affect human technology in ways that suggest interactions we haven't learned to measure or understand. Some researchers propose that the extreme conditions of the Challenger Deep create possibilities that simply don't exist anywhere else on Earth. The crushing pressure, absolute darkness, and isolation from surface influences might allow for types of matter and energy interactions that remain theoretical in conventional physics. Others suggest that we're encountering the limits of our current scientific instruments and methodologies, rather than genuinely anomalous phenomena. Either explanation raises profound questions about what other secrets rest in the deepest places of our planet.